19th consecutive year, bringing you all the drama, the emotion, and the magic of the NCAA Men's College Basketball Tournament. We are based this evening in the magnificent new NCAA Hall of Champions in Indianapolis. 25,000 feet of exhibition space, plus a Hall of Honor. It will all open to the public beginning on March the 30th. Tonight, however, our focus is on college basketball. So without further ado, sharpen those pencils, get ready to fill in your brackets. Joining me tonight, as he will throughout March Madness, is Mr. Madness himself. I heard you confess earlier, your heart was beating fast.
It has been pumping. I'm excited to see what the committee came up with, and I can't wait. Let's fire it up.
All right, Clark. Also joining us will be Jim Nance and Billy Packer. They are in Chicago, where earlier today they call the action for the Big Ten Tournament Championship. Now, here's how the NCAA tournament regions line up this year. The East and the South winners will square off in one national semifinal. The West and the Midwest winners in the other. And then the two finalists will play for the national championship. And CBS Sports will cover all 63 NCAA tournament games, culminating in the national championship in prime time Monday night, April the 3rd at the RCA Dome right here in Indianapolis. Right now, time to unveil the 4 #1 seeds in the tournament. And here they are. For the 3rd consecutive year, Mike Krzyzewski's Duke Blue Devils have earned the #1 seed, this time in the East. Senior Chris Carrawell leads a young, very talented Duke squad. The Stanford Cardinal earned their first ever #1 seed. They will be #1 in the South. And the Cardinal take on the personality of their fiery leader, Mark Madsen. Tom Izzo's Michigan State Spartans, champs of the Big Ten, #1 in the Midwest. Mateen Cleaves, the Big Ten's career assist leader, looking to lead them back to the Final Four. And Lute Olson's Arizona Wildcats are #1 in the West. Freshman guard Jason Gardner looks to lead Arizona back to the city where they won it all back in 1997. So we begin in the East, and this is what the East brackets look like. This bracket plays at the Lawrence Joel Coliseum in Winston-Salem Friday and Sunday. Top seed Duke takes on 16th seed Lamar. Duke's Blue Devils out of the Atlantic Coast Conference, and Lamar won the Southland Conference Tournament. 8th seed Kansas takes on #9 DePaul. The Jayhawks with a record of 23-9. DePaul's Blue Demons, their first appearance since '92. 5th seed Florida will take on #12 seed Butler. The Florida Gators lost in the Sweet 16 a year ago to Gonzaga. Butler's Bulldogs, Midwestern Collegiate Conference regular season and tournament champions. And 4th seed Illinois will face 13th seed Pennsylvania. The Illini runners-up in the Big Ten tournament again this season, and Penn, the Ivy League champions, coming in with a record of 21-7. Now, the other half of the East bracket plays at Marine Midland Arena in Buffalo on Friday and Sunday. 2nd-seeded Temple will take on #15 Lafayette. The Temple Owls, 11th straight appearance for John Chaney and the Temple Owls, and Lafayette, the Patriot League tournament champions. #7 seed Oregon Ducks will face the 10th seeded Seton Hall Pirates. The Ducks at 22-7 coming in, making their 6th tournament appearance, the first NCAA appearance for the Seton Hall Pirates since 1994. Oklahoma State's Cowboys are seeded 3rd. They'll meet the Flying Dutchman of Hofstra, seeded 14th. Oklahoma State and Hofstra. And 6th seed Indiana will meet #11 Pepperdine. The Indiana Hoosiers at 20-8, and the Waves of Pepperdine, the West Coast Conference regular season champions, are the opponent. And Clark, as you look at this East bracket, the first thing that strikes me is Illinois coach Lon Kruger, if things progress the way they could. It took Florida to the Final Four back in 1994. He may meet up with the Gators.
Exactly. That's one highlight. I also looked at 2 other things. The matchup between Oregon and Seton Hall. Oregon, a very good team that many people on the East Coast haven't had a chance to see. And then obviously part of our job is to look ahead. You could have a possible rematch.
These are the DePaul Blue Demons. At the announcement, Pat Kennedy in his 3rd year at DePaul, he and the Blue Demons are headed for the tournament. We will have the pairings in the South region for you when the NCAA Basketball Championship Selection Show continues live from Indianapolis here on CBS.
It seems like they were thinking about it from the beginning.
In the 1930s, they built their first safety test vehicle.
In '51, they patented front and rear crumple zones.
In 1960, they patented their safety steering system
and pioneered anti-lock brakes in '78.
In 1997, they built a more crash-compatible SUV.
Now they have vehicles with 8 airbags.
Because something has always been most important.
I bequeath my Pizza Hut empire to Teddy.
We're gonna create the ultimate pizza. Let's see some cheese. I want 6 kinds of cheese. Give me the toppings department. More toppings, more toppings. Everybody say ultimate.
The new Ultimate Cheese Pizza, loaded with the topping of your choice. 6 kinds of cheese, 50% more of it, and an incredible price. $8.99 medium, large, just $2 more.
But sir, that price. You like your job, money man? Good price, sir.
Excellent price. The Ultimate Cheese Pizza from Pizza Hut. Another one of the best pizzas under one roof.
You shouldn't have to worry about your website. Microsoft Windows 2000 was built for total reliability. The business internet starts with Microsoft.
A pair a day will keep the upset away. Hey, trust me, I got plenty of them.
Welcome back, everyone. As we continue on Selection Sunday, here's how the South region will look. We told you the #1 seed in the South, the Stanford Cardinal. This bracket plays at the Birmingham Jefferson Civic Center in Birmingham, Alabama, Friday and Sunday. Stanford will meet the South Carolina State Bulldogs out of the Mid-Eastern Athletic Conference. 8th-seeded North Carolina, the Tar Heels, will meet 9th-seeded Missouri Tigers. We talked to Quinn Snyder earlier this evening. In his first year, he takes the Tigers to the NCAA tournament. The 5th-seeded Connecticut Huskies, the defending national champions, will meet #12 seed Utah State. The Aggies, with Stu Morrill at the helm, make their 13th appearance overall in the NCAA tournament. And 4th-seeded Tennessee will meet 13th-seeded Louisiana Lafayette. The Tennessee Volunteers, a school record 24 wins this season. The Ragin' Cajuns come in with a record of 25-8. Now, the other half of the bracket plays at the Nashville Arena in Nashville, Tennessee, Friday and Sunday. 2nd seed Cincinnati, the Bearcats, will meet #15 seed UNC Wilmington. You know all about the Bearcats, lost in the second round each of the last 3 years. 7th-seeded Tulsa, the Golden Hurricane, will meet #10 seed UNLV out of the Mountain West. Tulsa, the Western Athletic Conference regular season champion. 3rd seed Ohio State, the Buckeyes, will meet #14 seed Appalachian State. The Buckeyes, co-Big Ten regular season champions, Appalachian State champions of the Southern Conference. And 6th-seeded Miami, the Hurricanes, will meet #11 seed Arkansas. Nolan Richards' Razorbacks come in riding a wave as SEC tournament champions. And the Big East, well, Miami's Hurricanes, regular season co-champions with Syracuse. And let's go right out to Jim and Billy in Chicago for a review of the South region. Gentlemen.
All right, thank you, Greg. And Stanford's the 1 seed in the South, heading to Birmingham, Billy, in a very attractive 8-9 game right there in Birmingham with them.
Well, you have a Duke man going against Carolina again. Quinn Snyder doing a fine job at Missouri, putting that team into the NCAA tournament in his very first year. That's an attractive matchup right there. North Carolina, a team that had to be one of those on the bubble, considering the fact of who did not get into this tournament.
And how about the reaction for the Missouri Tigers? You talked about Quentin Snyder, the coach. That's right, folks. You're going to Birmingham. You're taking on the North Carolina Tar Heels. Meanwhile, UNLV just got word, yes, we're going on to Nashville to take on Tulsa in the first round. Let's look at the bottom of the bracket now in Nashville, Billy. Cincinnati did, in fact, drop off the 1 line to a 2.
They did, and, you know, I really want to question that somewhat. I mean, how do you know what this Cincinnati team is going to look like? And also, I thought Miami dropping all the way down. This is a team that was co-champs in the Big East and played a great game in the Big East tournament as well.
And I'm surprised Ohio State, some thought going into the weekend, had they not lost here, could possibly be a 1. They plummeted
all the way down to a #3. Shows you what these postseason conference tournaments did to not only the Big Ten, but some of the other leagues as well.
All right, Billy, time for the Midwest bracket. Let's go back to Greg.
All right, Jim, Billy, thank you. Now, this section of the Midwest bracket plays at the CSU Convocation Center in Cleveland on Thursday and Saturday. Top seed Michigan State will meet 16th seed Valparaiso. Mid-Continent Conference Tournament champions, they come in at 19 and 12. Michigan State, champions of the Big Ten. 8th seed Utah will take on 9th seed St. Louis. The Billikens, Conference USA Tournament champs, Rick Majerus and the Utah Utes make their 6th consecutive appearance in the tournament. 5th-seeded Kentucky, the Wildcats, will meet number 12 seed St. Bonaventure. Tubby Smith's Wildcats have won more NCAA tournament games, 84 of them, than any other school in history. And 4th seed Syracuse, the Orangemen take on number 13 seed Samford, the Bulldogs, tournament champions out of the Trans-America Athletic Conference. And Syracuse coming in at 24 and 5. Now, this bracket will play at the Metrodome in Minneapolis Thursday and Saturday. Number 2 seed Iowa State will meet 15th seed Central Connecticut State. The Blue Devils of CCSU making their first ever NCAA tournament appearance. 7th-seeded Auburn. The Tigers will meet number 10 seed Creighton. The Blue Jays out of the Missouri Valley, where they were the conference tournament champions. Auburn comes in with a record of 23 and 9. Number 3 seed Maryland will take on 14th seed Iona. The Gales out of the Metro Atlantic Athletic Conference, and Maryland coming in with a record of 24 and 9. 6th seed UCLA against 11th seed Ball State. Those UCLA Bruins finished the season in a hurry, including an overtime upset of then number 1 Stanford. And as we look at the Midwest, Clark, there may not be a tougher bracket around. It's got Michigan State, Iowa State, Maryland, Syracuse, Kentucky, UCLA.
I look at Kentucky as a dangerous seed lurking there at number 5, and then a potential first-round matchup to keep an eye on. That Syracuse-Samford matchup could be good because Samford shoots the three-point ball.
Well, you heard Tom Izzo saying, yeah, well, you know, we're going to be number 1 or not? Well, now they know for sure. They are indeed number 1. And the Michigan State Spartans are forced to reckon with come tournament time, which begins on Thursday. How about the bottom part of this bracket, Clark?
Well, you take a look at what's going on. Iowa State is as hot as anybody in the country, Greg. I really think with Marcus Fizer, they've got a player that could carry him a long way.
All right, Clark, following our show, get CBS Sports Line's tournament brackets presented by Oldsmobile and the fastest coverage online by clicking on March Mayhem at cbs.sportsline.com, or America Online users enter the keyword CBS Sports Line. We have 3/4 of our bracket sheet filled out. Coming up, selections for the West region as you take a live look at the Fighting Irish of Notre Dame, who still await news of their fate. Will that bubble burst, or will they play in the West? We'll find out when we continue live from Indianapolis right after this.
In my games, what I'm trying to create are these fantastic experiences that kind of go beyond the experiences of normal life. So what I was doing here was something I'd seen my father do on Skylab to create artificial gravity. Merrill Lynch has managed to allow me to fund my creative activities. John's listened to me as an investor. He's been able to understand my needs and engineer a plan to get me there. My next goal is to be able to buy a flight into space.
I just hope it's healthy. I hope their plane lands safely. I don't want to go to the hospital anymore. I wish.
I wish I could get my email out. I wish my network had more bandwidth.
I hope we get 1 million hits.
I wish they had a cure.
I wish I could have done more. I wish I had more time.
Agilent Technologies. Dreams made real.
Hey! He's in the garage.
Hey!
If you're going to have a garage, have a garage. And if you're going to use an oil, use an oil. Pennzoil with Pure Base, specially formulated for stop-and-go driving.
Like what I've done with the place? Hey, what does this do? Well, that opens up the roof so I can airlift anything in or out of the garage.
Stop. Go. Pennzoil.
Bob, can you make sure Carol gets these?
Oh, thanks, Bob. Have a good night.
Payday, Bob.
Hi, Karen. Husband's still in there working late again.
What a trooper.
How do you plan on providing for your family after you pass away? Conseco's life insurance policies can give your loved ones a regular monthly paycheck. Conseco, step up.
Team Inherit Pizza Hut Empire.
We're going to create the ultimate cheese pizza.
Is one cheese ultimate?
I don't think so. 6 cheeses. That was me. I'm off to Wisconsin to get some more cheese.
The new Ultimate Cheese Pizza, loaded with the topping of your choice. 6 kinds of cheese, 50% more of it, and an incredible price. $8.99 medium, large, just $2 more.
It's a good price. We're not millionaires.
Well, you are.
Oh, yeah.
The Ultimate Cheese Pizza from Pizza Hut. Another one of the best pizzas under one roof.
Welcome back, everyone. Time now to peruse the pairings in the West, and this portion of the bracket plays at the John M. Huntsman Center in Salt Lake City, Utah. Thursday and Saturday, top seed Arizona will take on the Jackson State Tigers. Jackson State, the SWAC Conference Tournament champions. The Wisconsin Badgers are there as the number 8 seed. They'll take on 9th seeded Fresno State. The Bulldogs' last appearance in the tournament, 1984. 5th seed Texas is there, and they'll take on number 12 Indiana State. The Sycamores, Missouri Valley Conference regular season champions. And number 4 seed LSU out the Southeastern Conference. The Tigers will meet the Southeast Missouri State Indians, coming in with a record of 24-6 and making their very first appearance in the NCAA tournament. The other half of the bracket plays at the McHale Center in Tucson, Arizona, Thursday and Saturday. Number 2 seed St. John's. The Red Storm will meet 15th seed Northern Arizona. The Lumberjacks won the Big Sky Tournament Championship. Number 7 seed Louisville. The Cardinals will take on last year's darlings Gonzaga. The Bulldogs, West Coast Conference Tournament champions. They advanced to the Elite 8 last year before losing to the eventual national champion, Connecticut. Number 3 seed Oklahoma will meet number 14 Winthrop. The Eagles, the Big South Tournament champions. Oklahoma will make its 6th straight appearance in the tournament. And number 6 Purdue. The Boilermakers will meet number 11 Dayton. The Dayton Flyers, first time in the tournament since 1990. And there you have the West. And coming up, we'll be talking with Craig Thompson, chair of the NCAA Division I Men's Basketball Committee, who will take us inside the committee's selection process for the tournament. Right now, though, let's go back out to Jim and Billy in Chicago.
All right, Greg. Well, the bubble has just burst for a lot of the teams across the country. Billy, let's review the West. And the first reaction I have when I see the field of 64, the number 1 seeds do not have an easy assignment, not a one of them in round 2. A lot of traps built in. When you look at the strength of the 8-9 games, you got Tarkanian back in the tournament, Fresno State. Dick Bennett, what do you think?
How about a contrast in styles there? Dick Bennett against Jerry Tarkanian. Fresno State earns their way in by having 3 wins against Tulsa this year. That'll be a great game of contrast. And as you say, not an easy game for in Arizona if they were advanced.
And Indiana State is in. Yes, the Sycamores. And Coach Royce Waltman, one of the last teams in as a 12 seed out west. Now, let's look at the other half of the
I don't
bracket.
see Larry Bird jumping around in there, do you?
But he is somewhere right now. You know he is. Meanwhile, Purdue from the Big Ten, one of 6 Big Ten teams, in as a 6th seed. What else strikes you out there?
Well,
Gonzaga with a 10 seed.
How about their opponent, Dayton? Dayton's a club that took Kentucky. That is a very difficult assignment for Purdue. The Louisville situation, you know, what team is going to show up? They were great at home, had a problem on the road, and Gonzaga is really tournament tested.
Interesting how the Big East champion, St. John's, travels west.
Yeah, I really have to question that one. Nobody in the country has played the opponents as well as St. John's has down the wire here.
All right, so Temple stays in the East as the 2. St. John's travels, and folks, here are the Sweet 16 seeds. Let's size them up here, Billy. Really not a clear number 1 team in the country as we enter the tournament. That's a rarity.
I'll tell you, when you take a look at what you have right up there, I'd have to believe that Duke was selected. If you're going across there, I think Duke would have been selected as the number 1 club out there. You've got to figure that they moved Stanford, which means the committee had to think Arizona was better than Stanford. And Michigan State, you talked about it, Ohio State could have worked their way to a number 1. Michigan State looks like they ensured that today with this conference championship right here.
And I think Iowa State's been really largely overlooked. Only lost 2 games, including in the tournament this year in the Big 12, and both of them were overtime games. Conference breakdown, 3 conferences got 6 teams in each, and the Big 10 with the best seeds of the lot with a 1, 2 3s, a pair of 6s, and an 8.
I can't believe that the SEC dropped down that far with their seeds. I mean, they were considered the number 1 team, league in the country this year. And also, the ACC, for the proud league, for 2 years in a row, only put 3 teams into this year's tournament.
And one of the teams that saw the bubble burst, Virginia, Billy. And these are the teams left out right now, feeling great disappointment. Notre Dame and also Villanova out of the Big East. Virginia out, Tulane out.
How about Virginia? They end up tied in the same in the league with North Carolina at the same spot, 3rd place. They beat North Carolina head-to-head twice this year, and they're out.
All right, Billy, we're going to hear from Craig Thompson, the chair of the NCAA Men's Basketball Committee, when we continue on the road to the Final Four in just a moment.
Drive the car, get the ball. Test drive a new Oldsmobile, get a $50 certificate toward the ball or any other sports gear from MVP.com. Go to Oldsmobile.com for details. Then drive the car and get the ball.
I bequeath my Pizza Hut empire to Teddy.
We're gonna create the ultimate pizza. Let's see some cheese. I want 6 kinds of cheese. Give me the toppings department. More toppings, more toppings. Everybody say ultimate.
The new Ultimate Cheese Pizza, loaded with the topping of your choice. 6 kinds of cheese, 50% more of it, and an incredible price. $8.99 medium, large, just $2 more.
But sir, that price. You like your job, money man? Good price, sir. Excellent price.
The Ultimate Cheese Pizza from Pizza Hut. Another one of the best pizzas under one roof.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to the Don Donaher Center at the University of Dayton Arena. You watched it here. It went right down to the wire. But, yes, the Dayton Flyers are in the NCAA tournament as a number 11 seed out in Tucson, Arizona, out in the West, when they will take on number 6 Purdue. Tony Stanley joins us. Tony, talk about making you guys wait all the way down to the last game. What were you doing in there?
Oh, man, everybody just... some people weren't even looking at the screen. I had a pillow over my face, and me and Mark was just staring at each other. And when I heard Dayton come up, you know, I just hit the ground. Everybody started running around, grabbing each other, hugging. It was just a big celebration.
I have to ask you, were you, as it was going through the brackets, were you thinking, geez, it's not going to happen?
We saw St. Bonaventure get in. You know, we knew we still had a shot at it. But, you know, as the brackets went on, it just got scarier and scarier. And then when that last one popped up, it was just a release.
I know it doesn't matter who you play or where you play. You just are happy to be in and still have the chance to play basketball. You guys, last 10 games or so, have kind of hit a wall a little bit, but it's time now to get renewed and play another season.
Definitely. I mean, this is what everybody on the team came here for, came to UD to compete for the national championship. And, you know, we don't care whether we play the number 1 seed, the 2 seed. It doesn't matter. We're just happy to be in the tournament.
Tony, thank you very much. Appreciate it. And best of luck as the Flyers head their way out to Tucson, Arizona. We're not sure yet what time the game is going to be, even what day the game is going to be just yet. We probably will know what day here in a few minutes. But anyway, the Flyers will head out. You will see the game live here on Channel 7 whenever it is played. Dayton and Purdue in Tucson in the West region. I'm Mike Hartsock reporting live from the Donaher Center. Let's go back to the NCAA selection show.
SEC tournament that also played into that decision.
I want to also go back to the situation, and I know this had to be a tough one. In regard, you talk about the Kenyon Martin, trying to figure out how good would a team be without a certain player. Take us through the evaluation of the Arizona-Stanford situation, because obviously you moved Stanford, which means that the committee felt that Arizona was the better team.
No question. It's very difficult. We had the opportunity with Arizona to see them play Stanford and beat Stanford without Lauren Woods. We didn't have that luxury with Cincinnati. They played one game, 37 minutes actually, without Kenyon Martin. And those are the things that are very tough to predict and project through the tournament, because we base it on who will be playing coming this weekend.
And let's take the situation with Auburn, a team that obviously was devastated with the loss of Porter. You saw that team play without their key star. They did fairly well, as a matter of fact, advancing to their conference championship, but they dropped all the way down to a 7.
Well, we were able to evaluate Auburn for a number of games, 5 or 6 games without Chris Porter, so that gave us the luxury of knowing what type of a team the Auburn Tigers were without Porter.
I know back in my neck of the woods, they're going to be howling on the talk shows in regard to this one. Virginia ends up at the same position as North Carolina in the league, both tied for 3rd. They beat North Carolina head-to-head 2 times. They are out. North Carolina's in as an 8 seed.
Strength of schedule, Billy, in the non-conference. We really had you ask for a team to distinguish themselves in 1 of 2 ways. Do something within the conference in your regular season play, or play a tremendous non-conference schedule, make some distinguishing marks. And that was the difference on Virginia.
One of the things that we see are really three conferences this year really had stellar years: the Big Ten, the SEC, and the Big 12. You rewarded them, obviously, very deep in the tournament. Let's talk about the Big 12 particularly, because this has to be one of the premier seasons they've had. What did you think about that league in general?
Well, we thought it was a very deep, very talented league, and again, hard to differentiate between a couple of those teams. Iowa State played very well throughout the whole course of the season, as well as the end, winning the tournament championship today, and Oklahoma, Oklahoma State, Texas, number of very quality teams in the Big 12 and played very good non-league opponents.
Billy Packer and Jim Nance, thank you both very much in Chicago. Craig, we thank you very much for your help this weekend. Congratulations. Someone always has to lose out, but you guys always do a terrific job.
Great. Clark, it's been good to be with you all weekend.
Thanks very much. A reminder, stay tuned to CBS for 60 Minutes, followed by Kirk Douglas, starring in an all-new Touched by an Angel, and then the world television premiere of Going Home. The NCAA Tournament 2000 gets underway on CBS with first-round game Thursday and Friday at noon Eastern Time, with the opening tip-off slated for about 12:15. Primetime coverage begins at 7:30 Eastern Time, right here on the exclusive home of the NCAA Tournament, CBS Sports. For my partner, Clark Kellogg, and for all of us at CBS, I'm Greg Douglas. So long from Indianapolis. We'll see you Thursday.
The highest praise available, a berth in the NCAA tournament. Gil Herrick has that and more, and the return to the postseason for the Flyers in our Monday morning sports report.
It was the moment for which the Flyers had been waiting all season long, and then when it finally got there, they couldn't wait for it to be over. So UD was pretty sure they were a lock to get into the NCAA tournament, but before they knew it, 62 of the 64 teams had been called, and their name hadn't been out there yet. Finally! The very last bracket to get the call, the West Regional, and there they are. Dayton, the 11th seed out west, and will play Purdue in the opening round at Tucson's McHale Center on Thursday. A collective whoop and sigh going up at the same time in the Flyer locker room.
I couldn't watch. No, I had my head facing against the ceiling. You know, I couldn't watch at all. I couldn't believe how tense it was. You know, right before the show started, I was thinking, you know, I'm relaxed. It's not going to be a big deal. But then when you see the emotions of everyone, once we were like, our team didn't get called, you see the emotions of everyone.
After Cleveland State, the site up in Cleveland went by, it was like, oh boy. Bonaventure got in up in Cleveland in the Midwest bracket. And
I felt that we would get in. I felt we deserved to get in, but you really don't know until you see your name if you don't win your conference tournament.
I just saw that the next to the last bracket come up, and we weren't on it. So at that point in time, I just covered my face with the pillow, and the next few seconds, I didn't even hear Dayton come up on the TV. I just heard everybody screaming.
Here's what we know about Purdue. They were 22nd ranked in the last poll that came out. Lost in the Big Ten Conference Tournament in their opening game, in fact, against Wisconsin. So they're a little upset about that, to say the least. Brian Cardinal, probably their top player, 6'8", 230 pounds. Gene Cady credited with a pretty good coaching job this year, which to say they are a little bit of an underachieving club. Again, the Flyers and Purdue in the NCAA tournament. First time the Flyers in there in 10 years. They will play Purdue on Thursday out in Tucson, and we will have full coverage for you starting all week long. I'm Gil Herrick with Daybreak Sports.
Just grit and hustle.
So Purdue 2-0 lifetime against Dayton. Coming up, it's Purdue and Dayton in Tucson.
Do you have the time?
Do you have the energy? Ooh, all those curves and me with no brakes. Is it hot in here or is it just you? Hey, I lost my telephone number. Can I have yours? Hey! Maybe we don't always think before we speak, but Miller Lite and I want to remind you should always think when you drink.
Excuse me, do you have the time?
Yeah.
Michelin would like to remind you, there's only one safety feature on the road that actually touches the road. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
This is power. The power in new Duracell Ultra, the most powerful alkaline battery in the world. For ultra performance in whatever it powers. New Duracell Ultra. More power, more life.
It is more than a trial by fire. It is a rite of passage. And if you can master your fear, outsmart your enemy, and never yield, even to yourself, you will be changed forever. The few, the proud, the Marines.
So what's on for today?
Boss wants you, me, and Charlie to take the new Silverado and move them bales.
Is that Charlie?
Chevy Silverado has the most powerful V8 of any 4x4 pickup.
Then we gotta water the herd.
300 horses make it more powerful.
If there's any daylight left, we'll take Norm up to see the ladies.
More powerful than Ford and Dodge. That's why it's the truck. Silverado from Chevy.
Well, guess that's enough for today.
A father obsessed with germs. Is he ready to regain custody?
Can I give you a hug? And Mr. Brody, do you need to wear those gloves?
Judging Amy, CBS Tuesday.
Welcome back to the desert, Tucson, Arizona. Site of first-round action in the West region. Game number 2, 6th-seeded Purdue against 11th-seeded Dayton. Now let's join Beth Mowens, who's our sideline reporter.
Well, Gus, ignorance is definitely not bliss for a coach who's only got about 48 hours to prepare for a first-round opponent he probably knows very little about. In fact, yesterday, Purdue coach Gene Cady was carrying around the Dayton media guide during their practice. He had it stuffed with the Flyers' tendencies and scouting reports. Cady says, for any team playing a first-round game, the significant thing is that the team has to be able to convert into its game plan on very short notice. Gus?
All right, Beth, let's take a look at the lineups. Dayton on the left, Young with Stanley in the backcourt, Ashman, the 6'10", Hall, and Green in the front court. Meanwhile, for Purdue, Cunningham and Cornell struggled in the Big Ten tournament against Wisconsin. They're in the backcourt with Smith, Robinson, and Brian Cardinal. Citizen Payne in the front court. The head coach for Dayton, Oliver Purnell, 6th year at Dayton, and he has led the Flyers to the NCAA tournament for the first time since 1990. Meanwhile, Gene Cady on the other sideline, 20th year at Purdue. His Boilermakers advancing to back-to-back Sweet 16s. They lost last year in the East Regional semifinal against Temple, 77-55 in New Jersey. Once again, the bracket here in Tucson, Oklahoma advancing by defeating Winthrop, and Purdue and Dayton. Oklahoma ready for the winner of this one. Louisville Gonzaga later on tonight, St. John's, Northern Arizona as well. Great atmosphere here at the McHale Center. The Purdue Boilermakers out of the Big Ten, the Dayton Flyers out of the Atlantic 10. Dayton with a very rich history in college basketball. I remember when I was in high school watching a guy by the name of Roosevelt Chapman from New York. But they go even further back than that. And a look at the officials for this one. Jim Burr, the lead, Terry Moore, and Mike Wood.
Gus, keep in mind that the Dayton Flyers have a tremendous basketball tradition. They had 7 different guys named All-American in the 50s and 60s.
So Dayton in red, Purdue in white. They've met 2 times, both meeting, won by the Boilermakers in the NIT. So the toss of the tap, and it's controlled by Dayton. Young. And Hall guarded by Cornell. Stanley steps back. This one just underway from Tucson, Purdue, and Dayton. And immediately coming in, a 6th seed, and Dayton an 11th seed.
And immediately Dayton gets the shot they want, the three-pointer by the freshman Brooks Hall, but Oliver Purnell a little upset because not only did Hall miss the shot, but a great block out by Jerron Cornell resulted in a foul on Brooks Hall.
Purdue, 21-9 overall, finished 12-4 in the Big Ten, but knocked out of the Big Ten tournament in the first round for the 2nd straight year this season by Wisconsin. And a turnover. Cornell unable to hold on. Stanley with a lot of pressure.
Dayton feels that they are quicker in the backcourt, and Gene Cady of Purdue knows that one of the problems with which Purdue has struggled this year is dealing with quickness in the opponent's backcourt. Dayton trying to put a lot of pressure on the ball to utilize that advantage.
Is Stanley, averaging 14 on the year, guarded by the taller Mike Robinson. Stanley goes baseline, picks it up.
Stanley's a big kid, 6'4", 205 pounds at guard, is a nice size.
Now Young. Hall around the screen. 3 to shoot. Inside, Green slams it down with 2 hands. Now those of you expecting to see Samford and Syracuse, tip time will be 3:23. Robinson to the basket. Offensive. Make it a blocking foul. Called against Dayton.
Mike Robinson's game is really going to the basket. The best part of Robinson's game is the 5-foot and in. He's the one guy on Purdue who can be very explosive from out on the perimeter, and Dayton tried to play him correctly. They just didn't get there in time, and Green picks up the foul.
Mike Robinson, senior from Peoria, Illinois, used to shoot the 3, but decided to give it up. And now is concentrated on his game in the paint.
And it's a good game in the paint. He's very effective, particularly when he's playing down in the low post.
A 65% free throw shooter, averaging 12 points per game. He's engaged to a young lady by the name of Michelle Duhart, who's the leading rebounder on the ladies' team.
And you were giving him a little bit of a hard time.
Oh, you had to.
He gets fewer rebounds than his fiance.
Missed the second. Brooks Hall with the rebound. So it's Hall, Young, Green, Ashman, and Stanley for Dayton. Finished the year 22-8. Young, tough shot inside. Brian Cardinal can't hold on. Saved by Edwin Young. Into the hands of Cardinal.
That's not the kind of shot that Dayton wants to get. You don't want to force him against Purdue.
Robinson. Inside.
And they were talking about Robinson and his effectiveness inside. You let him get that close to the basket, and you are really in trouble.
3-2, Purdue taking the lead over Dayton. Inside, knocked away, picked up by Green. Now Stanley. Ashman. And the stick back. Mark Ashman, the senior from St. Mary's, Ohio, but Jerron Cornell beat everybody down the floor.
Purdue did a great job getting the ball out of the net. Cardinal took it out of the net and tossed it down the court. I don't think Dayton expected that from the Boilermakers.
Young picks up his dribble. Green. And the weak side rebound. Going to Mike Robinson, and what a pace to start this.
Very, very quick pace. Purdue is not generally a team that you associate with up and down transition basketball. Generally, they like the half-court game.
Rodney Smith with the air ball.
And Cardinal just gave Gene Cady the eye sign. He's a little bit tired. He wants to come out of this game. Very important matchup going on. Rodney Smith battling against Ashman down on the inside, and
knocked away
helps him out
by Cunningham. And Cunningham, who's been in a shooting slump himself, Cardinal from deep.
That's a long, long three-point shot. The number 31 in white for Purdue, Rodney Smith, battling against Ashman inside. Smith considered to be the best Purdue post defender. They try to front and deny the ball down there, and they'd be well advised to keep it out of the hands of Ashman.
1-point game. Brooks Hall for recruited by virtually every team in the Big Ten Conference. Elected to go to Dayton. Can to shoot. Now Young off the dribble down the lane. And a whistle. Carson Cunningham, and that's what you talked about, and that's what Oliver Purnell talked about. The quickness from their guards to get in deep on Purdue.
And that's, again, Purdue told us that that's where they've had a problem this year, defending that kind of quickness. Cunningham's got to realize how much time there is left on the clock and move his feet just a little bit better. Now Kirchhoff, who has the reputation as a defensive guard in the ballgame.
Also, John Allison, number 54. Now David Morris in the game, number 15. The point guard for Dayton, guarded by Kirchhoff.
Ashman really wants the ball on the inside.
Ashman, look at the pump across the lane. Block! McQuay into the hands of Morris. Off the front rim. Ashman, tough rebound. Knocked out of bounds. Last touch by the Flyers.
Tremendous intensity in this basketball game. These guys are really going at one another.
Dayton, Purdue, going at each other from the very beginning. Back in a moment.
Heads up for Everybody Loves Raymond. The address is CBS.
Just when you thought it was safe to leave your car in the parking lot, something evil will strike. You need a car tough enough to take it on. Chevy Malibu. With a steel safety cage, breakaway mirrors, a 6-layer paint process, and bounce-back bumpers, it's one tough car. Chevy Malibu. We'll be there.
I've known this guy 5 minutes. He's already giving me investment advice.
For a recommendation on your portfolio, please press 3.
I'm gonna pay for this. What was I
Should
thinking?
my 401k be all stock? Should my 401k be all cash?
Why didn't they write this last month?
My portfolio should be overweighted in game companies.
Why does this guy think what works for him? It's gonna work for me.
Thank you, Payne Weber.
Well, it rained.
State of emergency has washed away roads.
For 3 straight days it rained.
Series of storms coming.
Then the levee broke.
4-foot wave washed through town, tore everything up.
A whole lot of people lost everything.
Everything they had.
Another problem was we had all this water.
But you couldn't drink a drop of it.
That's when the truck from Miller rolled up.
I see it and I'm thinking beer.
Beer?
Beer?
But it was water.
They stopped bottling beer.
They stopped bottling beer and bottled water for us instead.
Miller, part of the Philip Morris family of companies, donated thousands of gallons of drinking water to disaster victims last year. For decades, Philip Morris has assisted communities in distress all around the world.
Actually, I could have used a beer right then. But that's another story.
Working to make a difference, the people of Philip Morris.
Purdue with the 1-point lead, and to the left of the rim is Greg McQuay, and watch him step in, and that's what you call help defense right there, smacking that thing away.
And don't forget, those of you expecting to see Samford-Syracuse, that game will be brought to you Eastern Time, 3:23.
Now Morris in the game for Dayton. He's the guy they put in when they feel like they need a little spark on the offensive end.
For 3. So far, Dayton 2 of 9 from the field. And a whistle.
And that's on Brooks Hall, and that is his second personal foul, Gus. This is just a collision as these guys go after the basketball. The ball up for grabs, and Hall runs right into Kirchhoff and knocks him down. It's one of those inadvertent things. Oliver Purnell very disappointed that a second foul was called on his star freshman.
10 Fitz comes into the game. Here's full court pressure by Dayton. Also, Yonte Holland leading the diamond trap for Dayton, number 23. And the Boilermakers break it. Kirchhoff.
Well, the pace of this game. Each team's going to the bench early.
Robinson, baseline turnaround. Stanley with the rebound.
There's that big guard we talked about, 6'4", 205 pounds. He can do a number in on the board.
Morris guarded by Kirkhoff. 1-point game. 5 minutes into the first half of play.
Ashman simply hasn't been able to handle the ball down on the blocks.
Dante Holland. 13 to shoot. Morris. Stop and start. Got it back. Ashman, 13-footer off the heel of the rim.
Dayton getting some good looks at the basket. They just haven't been able to put them down.
They're 2 of 10 from the field. Teron Cornell. Neither team shooting the ball well. Purdue 2 of 6 from the field.
And now they've got a foul called inside on Allison, and this is the matchup inside. Ashman in the red, number 34, number 54, Allison in the white. They are really going at one another, and Ashman simply can't get the ball down on the inside, and that has had an effect on the Dayton offense.
So Stanley and Ashman take a seat. Edwin Young back into the game, along with 6'11" senior Matt Cooper from Worthington, Ohio.
Cooper not nearly the offensive threat on the inside that Ashman represents. Purdue has been very, very aggressive on the defensive end.
Fitz, Coach Cornell says, has a tremendous basketball IQ, chemical engineering major. One side, Holland, triple team, travels.
Got to recognize when they dropped down on the ball, there were actually 4 white shirts around Holland. That means somebody had to be open. He's got to do a better job passing to the open teammate.
Carson Cunningham back into the game, along with Rodney Smith, number 31. Here's Lewis, Maynard Lewis. Allison on the baseline. Strip, stolen.
That's a good play. Don't want to let that big guy dribble the ball.
Young down the lane. Blocking foul coming up on Purdue.
I'm beginning to think we may not have another field goal in this game. These guys are running up and down. They're defending the heck out of one another, and it's very, very physical early.
Smith called for his first. Gene Katie, 7-time Big Ten Coach of the Year. Edwin Young at the free throw line. Missed the first. Monday on CBS, if your parents live right across the street, how far would you go to stop them from always hanging out at your place? You won't believe what Ray does to get his parents a social life on an all-new Raymond Monday on CBS.
Maybe a little bit of case of the nerves for both teams. Dayton, an outstanding free throw shooting team, and Young misses them both.
Don't forget, Stanford-Syracuse coming at 3:23 Eastern time. Young missing both free throws.
Dayton doing a great job applying defensive pressure as well.
And a trip. Smith tripped up by Teddy Fitz, the senior from Cincinnati.
And that's a tough matchup for Fitz because Rodney Smith, in addition to being Purdue's best inside defender, is also their most explosive guy off the dribble.
Allison takes a seat. Cardinal back into the game, along with Mike Robinson. Fitz picks up his first.
Scoring has not been the highlight of the first half. It's been these two teams really going at one another. Dayton now drops into the zone.
Smith. Skip pass. Cunningham. Quick release. In and out. Loose ball. Great rebound. Smith has it blocked though. Cooper. Hits with the rebound. Both teams giving out a maximum effort on defense. Purdue 2 of 8 from the field.
Where just everything is contested on both ends of the court.
Now Cooper flashing. Great look to Green, and it's knocked out of bounds. 12:35 to go in the first half of play. That is not an incorrect score. Purdue leads Dayton 5-4.
It is a game that has been characterized by intensity by both teams, particularly on the defensive end. Brooks Hall, the stellar freshman for Dayton, has 2 personal fouls. He got them early. He's on the bench.
makes the first free throw. He's a freshman from Laurel, Maryland. Great body, 6'6", 240. Nice touch, too. The left-hander. Second one rims out. And Mike Robinson with the rebound. Game tied at 5.
Dayton coming in a 72% free throw shooting team, but they've missed 3 of their first 4.
Cardinal for 3. Rimmed out. Lewis with the rebound. And a new shot clock for the Boilermakers.
Good defensive pressure by Dayton.
Here's Robinson trying to back in. On his hip, weak side, Cardinal set. In and out, back in. Those rims are a little tight, Danny.
Well, something's wrong with those rims. These teams certainly can't get it to go in the basket. Cardinal that time had a wide open look from three-point range, and he's just too good a shooter to give him that much time.
Morris off the dribble. Great look, Cooper.
There's that quickness again, forces the defense to react and commit. Somebody's got to be open.
Now Cardinal leans in and hits. Citizen Payne, who looks like he's probably 10 years older than most of the people on the floor. But he's got a veteran game, a mature game.
And he scored the last 5 points for Purdue, and they definitely needed a little bit of an offensive spark.
Young reverses down the lane. Traveling. Nate Green. 11:01 to go in the first half of play. Dayton trying to hang close to Purdue. And Dayton, a basketball hotbed, especially in the 50s and 60s. Look at their winning percentage. 81%, second winningest team behind UCLA. And as a matter of fact, they went to the national championship, lost to UCLA 66-67.
Gus, that is a great trivia question. If you said who was the winningest team of the 50s and 60s, most people would probably say UCLA, but it's Dayton. We mentioned they had seven different players named All-American during the 50s and 60s. And right now, they're just concerned about how to get the ball to go in the basket against this Purdue defense.
Smith hard across the lane. McQuay knocked out of bounds. We stay right here. Edwin Young got a hand on it. Good call by the official, Jim Burr, on the baseline.
You just get the idea that the first team that can put something together on offense may have a tremendous advantage, and now Purdue stretches the lead out to 6. Couple of threes now for the Boilermakers.
13-7, and that is a very good sign for Gene Katie to see his point guard Carson Cunningham knocking down shots from the perimeter, but he can't let his man drive by him like that. Morris with the feline quickness. Now Cornell. Holland with the two-hand rebound.
That's an outstanding rebound.
13-9. Purdue. Dante Holland. Quick spin on the baseline. Tough move.
Holland is the guy that really gives them some spark off the bench as well. Normally he comes in for Green. Not nearly as big, but a much better offensive player.
2-point game. Robinson steals. And an easy layup from Cornell.
Stanley went for the steal, and you just cannot, if you're going to go for the steal down there, you have to get it. You can't let the guy have an uncontested shot that close to the basket.
Holland, the kick out. Young leans in. Holland, the tip. Yonte.
After a couple of trips out up and down the court where nobody could score, now we've had a couple of trips up and down the court where everybody scored.
McQuay. Short. Mike Robinson, the kick out. Cunningham. Oh, here they go. Now they're heating up a little bit.
Mike Robinson is generally considered to be the offensive rebounding specialist for the Boilermakers, and he's achieving that specialty today.
Cunningham stops for 3. Rattled it down. Carson Cunningham on fire in the last 3 minutes. 8:59 to go, first half of play. Purdue up 21-13. Monday on CBS, Let the Games Begin. Critics are calling Grapevine the smartest sitcom since Friends. Christy Swanson stars in an all-new Grapevine after the King of Queens Monday on CBS. Carson Cunningham really lightening things up. He has 3 threes, 9 points. And Purdue on an 8-2 run in the last minute.
Brian Cardinal has a 3-point basket as well, so the Boilermakers putting 4 threes up on the board are the first team to break out of the offensive doldrums. Just an outstanding effort by Cunningham. Tony Stanley taking care of some housekeeping over in front of the Dayton bench. That's what the holdup is.
Well, Purdue had gone 4 minutes earlier without scoring a basket. Now Morris takes the pass from Holland. He has Stanley. Brooks Hall playing with 2 fouls.
Mike Robinson thus far has done an outstanding job against Tony Stanley, preventing him from catching the ball in positions where he can do any damage.
Mark Ashman working hard inside. Here's Stanley off the dribble, leans in, double clutch, gets it back, wraps it around. Ashman with the lay-in.
Boy, that was a great explosion by Stanley down the lane. Nothing coming easy for the Dayton Flyers.
And they get back into that 2-3 zone.
Drop back into the zone.
Cardinal, Robinson. Great ball movement, Cornell. 15 to shoot, Kirchhoff wide open. That ball really whizzed around the perimeter, Danny.
Kirchhoff is not a guy that you put in the game to shoot 3-point baskets. In fact, that's only his 5th 3-point basket of the year, and Purdue has 5.5.
50%. Cardinal almost with the steal. 7:57 to go, first half of play. 24-15, Purdue. 7:57 to go in the first half of play, 24-15. The game summary, the most important statistics. Purdue on the season, a 35% three-point shooting team. They're 5 of 10 to start this basketball game.
In Purdue's last 2 games of the season, their loss at Indiana and then their loss in the first round of the Big Ten tournament, they really struggled to put points on the board. The game is much easier when the ball's going in the basket. And Purdue not only is getting it in the basket, they're getting it in the basket from long range.
All inbounding to Morris, Ashman, Holland, and Stanley on the floor for the Dayton Flyers in red. 24-15 the score. And a whistle blocking. Coming up on the Boilermakers.
On Allison. Purdue working very hard to keep Ashman out of the lane, pushing him off the spot that he wants to occupy, trying to keep the ball out of his hands. And that has been a key to the early Purdue defensive success.
Second foul on Allison. 15 foul called against Purdue. Remember, in college basketball, 7. And then you go to the 1-and-1, 10, and you're in the double bonus. Now Cornell.
Dayton back to the man-to-man.
Up top, Smith from deep. He can hit it. Rebound at Stanley. Flyers on the break. Jump stop, Stanley. Count it. .7:18 to go in the first half of play. The story, Purdue from the three-point line, 5 of 10. And the Boilermakers lead the Flyers 24-17.
Game started out as an intense defensive battle. Purdue opened that up with their three-point shooting. But the Boilermakers do not want to get in the habit of settling for the outside shot on the offensive end. They need to try to get the ball inside some against Dayton.
Carson Cunningham, number 43 in white, back into the game. He has 3 threes already for Purdue.
And Brooks Hall has re-entered the game despite those 2 personal fouls. Oliver Purnell looking for an offensive spark.
That one knocked away, picked up Smith. Robinson spots up to Cornell. It's short. And the weak side rebound controlled by the Flyers.
And with those tall guards that they have, Dayton with a real advantage. Got 5 guys able to go get it off the board.
Young dribbles it off of his foot. Cardinal hits the ground. And speaking of those guards, Stanley has 5 rebounds for Dayton. The bracket here in the West, Tucson, Oklahoma, easily over Winthrop, 74-50. J.R. Raymond with 14 points, 4 threes. They take on the winner of this one, followed by Louisville, Gonzaga later on, and St. John's, Northern Arizona.
Dayton, which has showed some zone defense, now back into the man-to-man, really trying to pressure the basketball.
Cunningham. Smith, the up fake, he travels. Shuffled his feet. Get a complete scouting report on the starting lineups for all 64 tournament teams. Just click on March Mayhem at cbs.sportsline.com or on America Online, keyword CBS Sportsline. Kelvin Sampson, the man you saw looking at the statistics.
Oh, you mean
in the stands?
He's not checking out CBS Sportsline?
That's probably what he was doing. Stanley almost lost the handle. Now Morris, he's shifty. Down the lane. Pump fake. Baby jumper short.
Oh, what a rebound!
Ashman picks it up. Morris controls.
My goodness, are these teams going after one another?
Stanley, double team, and foul.
Defensively, Purdue is trying to front the post, and when you front the guys down in the low post, you've got to work very, very hard, because when they reverse the ball to the other side, you got to get around and get in front once again.
And the game clock reads 24-18, but the score is 24-17. And they're going to have to make a correction. Dayton given an extra point.
Dayton will take.
And I don't think they're aware of it as we speak. Collins down the lane.
Boy, Robinson got his hand on that one.
And the whistle knocked away. And there's a look at the clock, 24-18, but the score is 24-17. And it is yet to be changed. Lead pass, Cornell. In and out of his hands and out of bounds.
Cornell saw a clear field to the basket, and Gene Katie would wish that Cornell was able to grab onto that one and take it to the goal.
So substitutes coming into the game. Number 12 for Purdue, Maynard Lewis.
And again, the pace of this game is going to require that each coach use his bench effectively.
Stanley, baseline. Kicks it out. Loose ball. Claimed by Lewis. Diagonal pass. Cunningham. Hesitation. Great looking play, but it won't stay down. 24-17. Ashman rising fire. And hit.
Ashman is the guy that can go out and shoot the ball, and sometimes if they're denying it to you inside, it's a big advantage if you can get some points outside.
24-19. Robinson. Offensive rebound stolen away by Stanley.
Great job to get the rebound, but you don't want to put it on the floor with all those little guys around. Gotta watch the 5-second violation right here.
Morris. Under 4 to go, first half of play.
They're not really doing a very good job getting the ball from one side of the court to the other.
Morris picks up the dribble, stolen away. McQuay stepping into the passing lane.
You got to move the ball from side to side. As I said, Purdue is fronting down in the low post, and if you move the ball quickly from one side to the other, that low post guy has to be open. But Dayton keeping the ball on one side of the court.
Cardinal down the lane. Oh! McQuay! The high riser with the tip dunk.
Purdue is doing a great job on the offensive boards. And Gene Katie over there just really trying to get his troops fired up.
And a timeout on the floor. 3:11 to go. First half of play. Purdue leading Dayton.
it by 7, and they do so in impressive fashion. The Boilermakers really working the offensive boards. Cardinal draws 4 red shirts, and there is McQuay just flying in. Holland, number 23, goes over to pick up. Nobody blocks out McQuay. And once again, we see McQuay rising up to well above the rim to dunk it down.
And the score reads 26-20. Dayton given an extra point right now. Lead official Jim Bird talking to the scorers table, and they're probably going through their tabulations. But our score 26-19.
Of course, Gus, the score up on the scoreboard is not the official score. The official score is the score as recorded by the running score total in the official scorebook. So whatever they have in there is the score, whether it be 26-19 or 26-20 or 37-58.
Well, we want to make sure we have it right as well. We know that we have it right, but we want to make sure.
We absolutely want to make sure. But again, doesn't matter what score we have. It's those guys sitting over there keeping the official scorebook.
This is correct. So Dayton, 9 of 24 from the field. 0 for 6 from the three-point line. 1 of 4 from the free throw line. So that equals 19.
And it's possible that they may have credited a basket as a 3 that was really a 2. But that's exactly the problem that they're trying to get straightened out. They're making sure that everybody is in agreement over there. Each of the 2 schools has a representative keeping the scorebook, but neither of those books is the official book.
Jim Bird, the lead official, doing a terrific job. And the scorers table now calling. And there's the official, Terry Moore, over.
I think they're waiting for the scoreboard to be changed.
They want Jim Bird, rather, to go back to the scorers table. I think they may have found the correction. The McHale Center here in Tucson, Arizona.
And that is Doug Shows, the standby or alternate official, who is speaking with Jim Bird. Now Doug gets up and he's going to go over and they're going to try to get this resolved.
And the official scorer's name is Jim Wilkes.
And this obviously is a very critical matter. You never know what that 1 point is going to mean in an NCAA tournament game.
No question about it.
And they're taking a lot of time because they want to make sure that they get it right.
Purdue seeded 6th. Dayton seeded 11th. And now the officials will have a meeting.
And Jim Bird puts his hand to his forehead. This is the kind of problem you don't need. And the issue in this situation, I think, has to be that they credited Dayton with a 3-point basket,
whether it was a 3.
2 or 3, yes. And it doesn't matter what they wrote down in the book, it's what the officials called.
So the officials want to see the last 2 3-point attempts by Dayton. Now the score has been changed to 19. Here's the last one.
And you can clearly see right there as Stanley goes up, he's got his foot inside the line, and that was the one that over at the scorer's table, they put it up on the scoreboard as a 3 when it was really a 2.
Now we're back on track, 26-19. Purdue on top of Dayton, and the Flyers turn it over. Cunningham down the lane, picks it up.
He took that ball too deeply. You cannot take it in that far unless you're going to take it all the way to the basket.
Young lean-in jump shot, and McQuay with the clear.
Dayton has not played very well in this transition game in the first half.
Robinson reverse layup, he's fouled. Lightning quick move, though, on the baseline by Mike Robinson.
Gus, I want to go back and clarify what the ruling is on that particular play where they took the point off the scoreboard. The officials never signaled that it was a 3. The folks operating at the scoreboard just assumed it was a 3. Had the officials signaled it was a 3, too much time had passed by to correct that error, but the officials never made an error. It was the folks over at the scorer's table, and you can correct that kind of an error at any point during the basketball game.
Mike Robinson missing the first free throw. Substitutes coming into the game. Morris, along with Holland, Young, and Green, take a seat.
And Morris is going to have to, I think, be a very important player for Dayton. This game has taken on a transition tone, and Morris is the kind of a guy that Dayton looks to in that type of a ball game.
Second free throw off as well. Hall with the rebound.
Robinson, an outstanding offensive rebounder, but not a good free throw shooter. Loses a lot of points for the Boilermakers by his inability to convert from the line.
Stanley. And it's partially blocked. And Ashman tries to save it. Will stay right here. Back to Tucson after this. 26-19, Purdue on top of Dayton. Coming up on Pennzoil at the half, Greg Gummel and Clark Kellogg will get you updated on all the tournament news, all the scores and highlights, plus a live look at all the action going on in the NCAA tournament. That's all coming up on Pennzoil at the half. Gus Johnson, Dan Bonner with you. Purdue, very successful from the perimeter, 5 of 12 from the three-point line.
And that's a positive sign for Purdue, but a negative sign for Purdue is that they haven't done very well inside. Now, Dayton has gotten it done on the interior, but they have yet to hit a three-point basket.
Stanley off the dribble to Holland. Great look.
Holland really has nice hands on the inside.
Holland with 6 points. 5-point game. Closing in on 2 minutes to go in the first half. Purdue a number 6. Dayton a number 11. Knocked away and a steal. Now Morris. Stanley for 3. Tipped. Holland again. Made possible by Hall.
Brooks Hall with those 2 personal fouls, really not worrying about that. Great job on the offensive boards, and you don't often see Purdue get beat up inside like this.
Now Cardinal. Cross court. Cunningham down the lane. Left hand scoop. Loose ball, and Stanley comes out with it. His 6th rebound in the first half of play.
Boy, Robinson and McQuay had a couple of opportunities for the tip.
Dayton can tie it with a 3. Oh, quick wrap around. Holland, exclamation point.
Dayton's getting everything close to the basket, and Purdue, relying on those threes, is suffering.
Dayton flying high, 1-point game. Dayton on an 8-0 run. Purdue leads by 1 with 1:02 to go in the first half of play.
Lots of times those three-point baskets early in the game can be fool's gold for a team like Purdue, that they were very effective from three-point range, but they haven't been trying to go inside lately.
26-25, Purdue on top of Dayton. Purdue got off to a good start. They're 5 of 12 from the three-point line. However, Dayton has gone on an 8-0 run, and it's a 1-point game.
And Dayton is getting everything close to the basket. Purdue from the outside early, but Dayton with some intense defensive pressure has caused some turnovers and gotten back into this game with tremendous play on the inside.
9 turnovers for Purdue. Here's a full court press, end-to-end. Cunningham, Robinson walking it up the floor. Cunningham gets it over the line. Al Cornell has been very quiet for the Boilermakers today.
Cornell is really a catch-and-shoot guy, and the Dayton Flyers have done a nice job preventing that.
There he is, drives baseline. Block, picked up by Fitz. Flyers could take the lead on this trip. 25 seconds to go. Shot clock turned off. Stanley, 15-footer. Ashman, rebound. Ashman leans in, fits the tip, won't stay down, and Cardinal comes out with it.
Now, how did Cardinal do that? Gussie fell down trying to draw the charge, but got back up and got into play.
Cunningham level. Cardinal at the buzzer. Count it. And that is the end of the first half of play. (28-25). Purdue heads into the locker room, leading Dayton. Now let's go to Beth Mowins on the sideline.
Well, Coach Katie, what kind of adjustments are you going to make in the locker room concerning your interior defense?
Well, we're going to try to keep them from getting the baseline. We keep giving them the baseline, and then they kick it off to the weak side guy for layups, so we're just giving too many layups.
Good luck in the second half.
Thank you.
Gus?
And that's the end of the first half with the score. Purdue leading Dayton 28-25. CBS Sports exclusive coverage of the NCAA Basketball Championship will continue after this message and a word from your local station.
Sponsored by Pennzoil, specially formulated for today's stop-and-go driving. Stop, go, Pennzoil.
Hi, everyone. Greg Gumbel and Clark Kellogg in New York. Pennzoil at the half. And our halftime score, Purdue with a 3-point lead on the Dayton Flyers, 28-25. Meanwhile, action taking place in Cleveland, Ohio, between the Samford Bulldogs, the 13th seed, and the 4th-seeded Syracuse Orangemen. And the score is 31-23. Syracuse in the lead. What do you think about this one, Clark, with Samford?
Well, Samford has to make the three-point shot and not turn the ball over as much as they have so far. Syracuse, on the other hand, really trying to establish Etan Thomas inside, and so far doing a nice job of that.
All right, we'll take you out to Cleveland, Ohio, and rejoin that game, and we'll do that right after this.
NCAA Basketball Championship is sponsored by Volvo, Nike, Daytech Online, and by Sealy Posturepedic.
Halftime in Tucson, Purdue leading Dayton 28-25. Moments ago, Beth Mowins spoke with Dayton coach Oliver Purnell.
Coach, they seem to be stepping out on the three-pointer in that first half. Is that what enabled you to start working the ball inside a bit more?
Yeah, I thought so. I think we need to keep penetrating. And once we started to penetrate, we must have got 5 or 6 layups on that. And we got to continue to do that. They pressure right on the perimeter. We got to drive them hard to the basket.
Thanks. Best of luck in the second half. Gus?
All right, Beth. Gus Johnson, along with Dan Bonner. Last shot, Brian Cardinal sent the Purdue into the locker room with a 28-25 lead.
A last play that really characterized the first half. Nothing pretty, just gritty. The shot by Cunningham. Here comes Cardinal into your screen from the top left. Catches it and puts it in. He'd gotten up off his backside on the other end of the court to get a rebound and start that play. Neither team shooting the ball very effectively. Dayton doing a great job scoring on the inside, and you can see that Purdue's getting out and really defending the three-point field goal, so that's why Dayton has had to go inside. Purdue made a lot of the three-point baskets early, but struggled toward the end of the half.
And the rebounding pretty even, with Dayton leading at 22-21. Turnovers, Dayton with 8 and Purdue with 10.
A lot of offensive rebounds in the first half. Dayton with 10 offensive rebounds, Purdue with 8. These teams really hammering one another.
The start of the second half of play, Cunningham with Smith, Cornell, Cardinal, and Mike Robinson. Here's Robinson up top, guarded by Hall.
Morris and Holland starting the second half for Oliver Purnell and Cardinal. That one, Cornell is way off, and Cardinal gets it.
Cornell lucky to have Cardinal in the right area, but right now, Jerron Cornell does not look present. It does not look like he really has his head into this game.
Had a difficult time shooting the ball, but I think it has something to do with the real good quickness and defense on the perimeter by Dayton. But Brian Cardinal, who's here at the free throw line, has really sort of taken over the game for Purdue. The last couple of seconds of the first half, and now he gets that rebound on the air ball to start the second.
And Cardinal with 8 points. Speaking of Jerron Cornell, he's 1 of 5 from the field. 0 for 4 from the three-point line. Second free throw, good for Cardinal. 5-point lead. Purdue. And Morris starts the second half at the point, along with Howell. Holland, Hall, Ashman, and Stanley. Holland came up short on the leg. Now Cunningham in transition.
There's that penetration that Oliver Purnell was talking about. Holland simply couldn't finish it.
Cardinal off the dribble. Citizen Payne taking over.
He got a big rebound at the end of the first half, scored the last bucket of the first half, and now has scored 4 points for Purdue coming out in the second half.
Hall picks up 2 quick fouls early. He's been quiet offensively. Nice feed to Ashman, who's fouled.
That was a very, very difficult entry pass. Ashman is fortunate that he was able to contain that ball. But in so doing, he drew the foul from Smith. Purdue continues to work hard to keep the ball out of his hand.
Second foul on Smith. Morris.
Morris is in the game for his ability to penetrate past Cunningham and create something.
With the defense, great shovel pass. Ashman off the glass and in.
I don't think that's what Oliver Purnell had in mind, but that's what he's in there to do, penetrate and pass.
Cardinal the other way.
They really ought to guard him.
(34-27), Purdue leading Dayton.
It is the quickness and the ability of Dayton to penetrate versus Brian Cardinal here at the start of the second half.
Ashman wheeling hard off the glass.
Boy, that's a nice move by Ashman.
He has 10. Now Smith, a little bump. The spin, the pump, the dip. How about that?
That's a great job using his pivot foot. All those fakes, he kept his pivot foot and finally able to get it to the goal.
36-29. Now Stanley to the hole. Matador defense now, folks, by both teams.
And Ashman and Smith are just hammering one another.
Cornell blocked by Ashman.
Dayton wants to push.
In the corner, Stanley. Bring it up.
The first Dayton three-point basket of the game.
And we have a 2-point game. 36-34. Purdue up by a deuce.
Let's take a look right here and watch Jerron Cornell as he drives to the basket. He's going to have his shot blocked, and he does not do a good job hustling up the court. Dayton gets the ball, and Cornell simply sits there. Now watch as he walks back up the court, doesn't really get into the play, and as a result, there's a Dayton Flyer open. Stanley hits the three. That's what upset Gene Cady, and that's why he called the timeout.
And Jerron Cornell is on the bench. Now Cunningham along with Robinson, McQuay, Maynard, and John Allison. Purdue in white, Dayton in red.
Boy, Maynard Lewis was open underneath. Allison missed him, and then he traveled. And the Dayton defense, that quickness on the perimeter that we talked about, really getting under Gene Cady's skin right at the moment.
11 turnovers on the Boilermakers. Allison picking up his pivot foot. Dayton can tie it up on this trip or take the lead with a three.
Purdue made those 5 3-point baskets early, but they've been shut out from 3-point range since that time. And Dayton's climbed back in.
Morris, 20 to shoot. Left hand dribble, stripped and fouled by Cunningham. His second. How do you want to play a guy like Morris if you know he wants to take you to the basket?
You've got to give him some room. You've got to make Morris beat you from outside the three-point arc. Cunningham, however, trying to put pressure on the ball. I think what Cunningham has to understand is that Ashman is not in the game right now for Dayton, so you can afford to give those guys a little more room on the perimeter because Cooper, number 44, is not the same offensive threat.
Saturday on CBS, hate and intolerance are destroying lives in communities across the country. Now Chuck Norris battles America's fiercest enemy. It's an all-new Walker, Texas Rangers Saturday on CBS. Cardinal back into the game, Cornell back into the game, as well as Rodney Smith, the sophomore from Indianapolis. Allison, Lewis, and McQuay take a seat. Tony Stanley adds a free throw. .36 apiece. Purdue and Dayton. Purdue a 6 and Dayton an 11. Big 10 versus the Atlantic 10. And the foul on the baseline coming up against the Flyers.
Brian Cardinal has done an outstanding job in the second half, taking the ball to the basket. That time he just beat Cooper out on the perimeter. We've been talking about the Dayton penetration, but Cardinal's been doing a nice job.
Inside, Robinson stripped and fouled.
And that is a difficult matchup for Tony Stanley. Robinson has a couple of inches in terms of size in there, and Robinson just very quick, great jumper in around the basket.
Gene Katie on one sideline as you send Michael Robinson to the line. And Robinson's father, Michael, was a great player for Southwest Missouri State. In 2 years, scored over 1,000 points. First one good. But when you look at this Dayton team, they've come up with some big wins this year.
Oliver Purnell's squad, they had that big win over Kentucky. That was probably their signature win early in the season, and that made everybody sit up and take notice that Dayton was back.
Also defeated New Mexico 70-57. First game of the year, snapping New Mexico's 41-game non-conference home winning streak.
Gus, in that New Mexico game, as the team went down to New Mexico, their freshman Brooks Hall was talking about the pit at New Mexico and was describing to his teammates where everything was. And they said, "What, have you been here before?" And he said, "No." He went on to New Mexico's website, took a virtual tour of the pit. 20th century basketball.
Knocked away and stolen by Cardinal. 2-point lead for Purdue.
Smith really working hard down inside against Green.
Baseline spin. Kicks it out. Cardinal to Smith again. Loose ball. Cardinal to the hole. And it's knocked out of bounds. Ball crossed the baseline. And Dayton receives it again.
The words loose ball and Cardinal, how often in his career are they associated very closely? Gene Katie felt like maybe Dayton had knocked that ball out of bounds.
Brian Cardinal, his father, is the athletic trainer at Illinois. And this kid gives his heart and soul every minute of every game. Stanley off the dribble for three. And Green tracks it down. New shot clock for the Flyers.
Freshman Hall has been very quiet. He picked up those 2 early fouls. That one could be a source of some offensive production for Dayton.
Loose ball. Hall with the rebound. To Ashman. Strip. Cornell with the nice hand.
Probably a little overpassing there. Hall should have taken that ball right up to the basket.
And Purdue throws it out of bounds. Rodney Smith. 38-36. 15:22 to go. Second half of play. Tournament summary, Kentucky needed 2 overtimes to beat St. Bonaventure, and the SEC and Big 12 so far 4-0. Let's take a look at some of today's heroes.
See Tayshaun Prince with a big game for Kentucky. Damian Fishback really stepping up in the absence of Chris Porter, and Darren Kelly off the bench for Texas. The big game for the Longhorns.
Our hero here so far for the Boilers, Cardinal.
Cardinal has been outstanding in the second half. He's really created a lot of offensive opportunities for Purdue as they're trying to fight off this Dayton comeback.
Has 13.7 at halftime. Now Morris. Ashman. Morris.
Cardinal trying to match up inside against Ashman right now.
Stanley. What a shot! Wow! Stanley. And he ties it up at 38. Green knocks it away. Take another look at this one.
They say speed kills. In this case, it's the quickness of Dayton that's really hurting Purdue. Stanley loses the ball, but watch how far he goes in the air, sliding to the basket. That is really a great move by Stanley.
38-38.
Dayton now back in that zone. When they went to the zone in the first half, Purdue started lighting them up from 3-point range.
Here's Cardinal being pressed by Green. Skip pass, Cornell. Dumps it inside Robinson. Double team. 8 to shoot, Cunningham. And Ashman with the strong rebound.
Dayton wants to push it.
Stanley takes the three. Rebounded by Hall.
And that's the situation where Ashman jumped into the middle of the pack, got his hand on the ball, and enabled Hall to get that rebound.
So Brooks Hall at the line, shooting 2. Second half of play, 14-14 to go. Purdue, Dayton tied at 38. And Dayton so far 17 of 42 from the field, 40%. Purdue 14 of 37, 37%. Brooks Hall, the talented freshman who picked up 2 early fouls, gets the second, and Dayton takes the lead.
First points of the game for Brooks Hall. This is a game that has been a gritty, intense defensive struggle. Neither team playing particularly well on the offensive end, but neither coach can be disappointed with the effort.
First lead for Dayton since the score was 4-3. Cardinal backdoor to Cornell. Bad shot. Robinson with the rebound. In traffic, he's fouled. Officials letting him play.
What a tremendous offensive rebounder Mike Robinson is. Cardinal gets the pass inside. Cornell's more worried about the charge, doesn't really concentrate on the shot, but watch Robinson on the inside, goes and gets the ball, and then goes right to the basket with it. They say that Robinson is Purdue's offensive rebounding specialist, and Cardinal is the defensive rebounding specialist, and Robinson living up to that name today.
But still struggling from the free throw line. Mike Robinson, 3 of 7 from the line today.
On the season, only about 65%, and as much as Robinson goes to the line, if he could get that up to about 75%, he'd score a bunch more points for the Boilermakers of Purdue.
Maynard Lewis back into the game. McQuaid takes his seat. Allison also in the game for Purdue. Mike Robinson, one more coming. Talking about his offensive rebounds, he has 106 on the year, 85 defensive.
He knows where the ball is, and he knows how to go get it.
He can smell it. 39 apiece, three-pointer Hall. Comes out.
You mentioned he has only scored 1 point in this game. He's a very valuable three-point shooter for Dayton, and they have been missing the offensive punch that he gives them.
Averages 10, but he's letting the game come to him, not forcing up anything.
Matched up against Cardinal now in the man-to-man.
Lewis around the corner. Allison slips and travels.
By rule, if you have the ball in your possession and fall to the ground with the ball in your possession, it's a turnover, traveling violation, and that says it all, Gene Katie's expression.
Dayton and Purdue tied at 39. Flyers 1 of 13 from the three-point line. They shoot 37% on the season.
And they rely on that three-pointer for about 30% of their offensive production.
Holding, 8 to go, fade away 8-footer and air ball. Knocked out of bounds, last touch by Dayton.
That's good defense by Allison. Oliver Purnell up. He thought that Ashman was hit on the wrist by Allison.
12 minutes and 46 seconds remaining in the second half of play. Game number 2 here in Tucson. The first one won by Oklahoma over Winthrop. The Sooners waiting for the winner of this one.
Dayton shooting the ball much better in the second half, but this still looks like a game that each team is just going to have to tough out.
Cunningham had 3 threes in the first half. Robinson with the step, elevates. Oh! Allison with the follow.
Even against the zone, penetration off the dribble can be deadly. You force a defender to come and pick you up. There's nobody available in the spot for the blockout.
And Purdue reclaims the lead.
Purdue stays in the man-to-man defense.
Edwin Young. Morris.
Looking for that penetration.
Around the corner. Ashman. Pump fake. Lean in. Can't get it over the lip of the rim. And Cardinal with the rebound.
Well, he just out-battled Holland for that ball. Holland had pretty good position.
Now Cardinal. Lewis for three. Edwin Young with the board.
There's those guards rebounding the ball.
Dayton with numbers. Ashman. Rebounded Yante Holland. Loose ball, knocked out of bounds. We stay right here. 11:21 to go in the second half of play. 41-39 Purdue. 41-39, Purdue leads Dayton, and the bracket here in the West region, first round from Tucson. Oklahoma advancing with the 74-50 win over Winthrop. They play the winner of this one, and later tonight, Louisville Gonzaga or St. John's Northern Arizona. Later on tonight, though, other games that will be played in the Midwest, Valpo and Michigan State, Jackson State, Arizona, Gonzaga, Louisville, and the big game, Iona and Maryland.
Iona, of course, coached by Jeff Ruland, and Maryland playing about as well as any team in the country coming into the NCAA tournament.
Jeff Ruland also a big star for Iona. Professionally, he played in the Washington, D.C. area.
Dayton goes back to the man-to-man defense. Each coach continues to go to his bench as the intensity of this game really tends to tire you out.
Cornell leads in.
Oh, what a play by Cardinal. Shot clock running down and the catch and shoot all in one motion. Cardinal having a big, big second half for the Boilermakers of Purdue.
15 points for Cardinal. Now Morris kicks it out. Stanley. Reach and foul.
Talk about Brian Cardinal and being citizen paying Cardinal. Number 35 trying to get position to watch. He's being held by Green, still being held down, but he's able to catch the ball and put it in the basket.
6 of 10 from the field, Brian Cardinal. 43-39, Purdue.
Stanley really struggling shooting the ball today.
Ashman. That one off the mark by Morris. Rebounded Stanley. Somehow pops in Ashman's hands, and he deposits the basketball.
Stanley just out-hustled McQuay for that rebound. You figure the bigger guy is going to claim that one, but Stanley just wrestled it away from him. That was a big basket for Dayton. They can't get it to go down from three-point range.
Now Kirchhoff to Cornell. The backcourt, Cardinal. Skip pass to Cornell.
Flyers back to the zone.
In the corner, Lewis. Block. Green got a hand on it. Other side, Kirchhoff. Big three.
Gus, that young man has made 4 three-point baskets all year. Coming into this game, he's made 2 today.
And Purdue takes a 5-point lead. He's saving his best for the right moment.
Knows how to make an entrance.
Morris, step back, 15-footer. This kid is hard.
He's got such great quickness, and he's not afraid to take a big shot. I think that was a big shot. Purdue starting to take control.
From Hyattsville, Maryland.
Dayton switches defense once again.
Lewis.
Back to the man.
Cornell for 3. Finally.
And all of a sudden, Purdue, which hit those 5 three-point baskets in a compressed period in the first half, now has hit 2 consecutive three-point baskets, and they're stretching the lead out once again.
Up by 6, Deron Cornell, 1 of 5 from the three-point line, and look at the shooting. Dayton, 1 of 14.
Purdue doesn't rely on the three-point basket nearly as much as Dayton, and Gene Cady doesn't like that foul call.
So Cardinal takes a seat. McQuay back into the game. Edwin Young also into the game. Number 42 in red for the Flyers. Hall in
Inbounding on the baseline.
And Dayton had to struggle so hard to get even in this game, and then Purdue gets a little spurt and goes back out ahead once again. That tends to discourage teams trying to make comebacks.
Ashman across the lane, blocked, McClay. Ashman gets it back, and he is shot down. Good old-fashioned cut block.
Kirchhoff going for the basketball. And that's the intensity with which this game has been played. Guys are just giving themselves up. They don't care who's standing in the way. They see the basketball and they go for it.
Third foul called against Kirchhoff. Now Young. Stanley, baseline, great play. So quick.
Dayton continues to get the penetration moves, but they can't get anything going from three-point range, and I guess Purdue has decided they're not going to get beat from three-point range.
49-45.
Dayton stays in the man-to-man.
Up top, Cornell penetrates and is hammered from behind.
The Dayton Flyers have really been struggling from three-point range, but one reason is Purdue's playing up tight on them. That time Kirchhoff denies the three, but is not quick enough to keep Stanley from getting to the baseline. Stanley, however, has really struggled, has only hit one three-point basket today, and that has been a problem for the Dayton offense.
Ron Cornell, 62% free throw shooter, gets the first to fall.
It's a good play by Cornell to try to get the ball to the basket. He's struggling to find ways to contribute offensively, and maybe taking the ball to the goal and getting fouled is the way to do it. Kirchhoff gets a nice hand.
Second free throw good. 7:41 to go. 51-45 Purdue. Line.
And again, Dayton relies on the three-point shot for about 30% of its offense, and so the Flyers really struggling. Neither team shooting the ball very well. This game has been about grit and determination. We'll see who has more down the stretch.
And Stanley for Dayton, 1 of 8 from the three-point line. He's 5 of 14 from the field, 11 points.
Stanley has been able to create offense by taking the ball to the basket.
Now Morris, along with Green, Hall, Ashman, and Young. Hall kicks it out.
Good defense by Purdue.
Edwin Young skips across the lane with 14 to shoot. Morris, 10 to shoot. Off the dribble, pushed off, bounce pass, kick, out of bounds. Last touch by Purdue with 4 on the shot clock.
That was a very difficult pass for Green to handle, that bounce pass down around the ankles. And when your big guy is going to the basket, anticipating the guard shooting the ball, it's awfully hard to react and pick that ball up off the floor.
Dayton more to shoot.
They need to be aware of the time on the shot clock.
Ashman holds it up high and hits. Nice play off the inbound. And Ashman has 14.
Dayton needs to turn up the intensity on the defensive end. Purdue has scored the last couple of trips down. Man-to-man.
Arthur Cunningham. Robinson reaching 5.
And that's not a good play by Green. Robinson is not going to shoot the ball from out there. Green needs to play a couple of steps off and play Robinson for that drive to the basket, particularly the drive to the baseline. Oliver Purnell not very happy with that turn of events.
And Green called for his 3rd, and it's the 6th team foul against Dayton, the next one, and they will be over the limit, 1-1 for Purdue. Maynard Lewis drives baseline, knocked away, stolen by Morris. Here comes the crafty point guard with numbers. And kickball called on Cornell. That's a good play.
That's an outstanding play by Cornell because it was a 4-on-2. Takes away the easy opportunity.
And here's an upset inside. Stanley can't get the lay.
LSU in trouble against Southeast Missouri State.
Cornell for three. Duran, after sleepwalking through the first half of play, he has 10 points, 8 in the second half.
It was Carson Cunningham from three-point range in the first half for Purdue, and it's been Duran Cornell in the second half. And now Dayton has dug themselves a pretty big hole against this Purdue defense.
Morris crosses over. Ashman, he's keeping him in it. Mark Ashman with 16. And a substitute. Yonte Holland had 10 points in the first half of play, but he's been buried on the bench for much of this second half, although he started the second half.
Started the second half, but I don't think the tempo out on the court was what Oliver Purnell wanted. And so he went back to Green. So now Oliver Purnell and the Dayton Flyers need to tighten it up on defense.
Backdoor stolen. Edwin Young.
They got to stop now they left to see if they can get a conversion.
15 turnovers by Purdue. Stanley for three. Let's see if they can hit it.
Oh, way off.
That one way off the mark. 1 of 9 from the three-point line.
That ball, Dayton claiming the ball bounced off one of the Purdue players. But Purdue's going to keep the ball. So the Dayton Flyers, they get a great defensive stop, but they're still not able to convert. Now only 1 of 15 from beyond the arc, and Purdue shooting the three-pointer very effectively.
And Stanley, as I mentioned, 1 of 9 from the three-point line. Cunningham, hand checking, all against Holland. Carson Cunningham will step to the line and shoot. He's an 81% free throw shooter.
And you wonder why Oliver Purnell's team is struggling to score points. Stanley, the leading scorer, only 1 of 9 from beyond the three-point arc, and Brooks Hall, the third leading scorer, only has 1 point in the game. So Purdue has done a nice job shutting off 2 of the key cogs in the Dayton machine.
1 and 1 for Cunningham.
Sort of the old Don Nelson free throw technique.
It's effective.
81% work. The guy you'd like to have at the line.
Purdue shoots 68% as a team. Missed the second, and Ashman has it stripped by Smith.
Mike Robinson got his hand in there.
Cornell.
Now Purdue can afford to be patient with the basketball. Run some time off the clock.
Approaching the 5-minute mark. Backdoor. Oh, Robinson can't lay it down.
Boy, that's one you want to take up there and dunk.
Morris the other way, the runner.
That is not a good decision by Morris, taking the ball into traffic. If you have an open opportunity on the break, certainly take it, but not that one.
Bounce pass knocked away by Ashman into the hands of Hall.
And another good defensive play by Dayton, but they haven't been able to score points after those defensive plays.
Flyers down by only 6. A lot of time remaining in this one. Ashman. Crowd wanted a call. Ashman, the back down. Ashman saved by Morris. Hall. Stanley finally buried a 3. 2 of 10.
Ashman is doing a great job battling on the inside. Didn't have any success himself that time, but kept the ball alive.
55-52. Smith throws it out of bounds. Purdue getting a little shaky. 55-52, under 4 to go. And the game reset. Team fouls. Dayton 7 and Purdue with 6. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the Sportsline stat of the game. Points in the paint. 38.
Dayton doing a great job on the inside, but Dayton has not been able to hit from the perimeter with the three-point shot Purdue has.
Get complete NCAA tournament coverage at cbs.sportsline.com.
That's what we're talking about with the three-point shooting. Dayton now 2 of 16. But for all of their struggling from the three-point arc, Dayton has a chance to tie the game with a 3 on this possession.
Stanley, 2 of 10. He just hit one. Started by Robinson.
And Robinson has been very effective with his defense against Stanley all day long.
Stanley steps back, hops inside, 8-foot jumper, count it. And it's a 1-point game.
Dayton now looking to get it done on the defensive end. Man-to-man.
Momentum in the favor of the Flyers. The Cardinals been coming up big all afternoon.
Ashman playing off of McQuaid. Trying to help out.
13 to shoot. Cornell. And a whistle.
And Holland.
Oh, it's an offensive foul against Purdue. Cardinal called for his first.
Not happy with that call. Even though he's smiling, that is not a serious smile. But since Cardinal did not have the ball, now Dayton will get to go down and shoot 1-1. And the interesting thing about it, even though we're late into the game, neither team is in the double bonus. So the next couple of foul situations will be 1-1 opportunities.
Dayton, a good free throw shooting team, 71%. Holland, though, struggling right under 60. Don't tell him that. He ties the game up at 55.
Gene Katie telling his team to block out.
Good rotation, both free throws, good. And the Flyers take a 56-55 lead.
Dayton has come all the way back once again. Now, do they have the energy to maintain the lead and avoid another pretty
steal? The freshman, off to the hole! Timeout, Purdue. To CBS Tuesday, April 4th.
Brooks Hall, the freshman that we talked so much about before the game, who's really struggled offensively, gets the steal there in the layup. And the interesting thing about Hall is he's just let the game come to him. He hasn't really tried to force anything.
9-0 run for the Flyers. Cunningham with the screen. Air ball.
And the Purdue bench, you can see Gene Katie saying that that ball was tipped. Cunningham coming off that screen. It was a good screen by Carter, but Dayton's quickness out on the perimeter doing a nice job. One of the Dayton Flyers' strengths is that perimeter defense, and they showed it there.
Now Stanley down the lane. Cunningham with the rebound.
McQuay asking for the lob pass. Cunningham elects not to throw it. Big possession for
Cornell for 3. Count it! Gerard Cornell. Like Lazarus here in the second half, he's awake.
He has really stepped up his production in the second half. His third three-pointer of the half.
Ties it at 58. Under 2 to go. Hall. Inside. Knocked away. Stolen. Cornell.
Holland just couldn't hang on to the ball inside.
58 apiece. Purdue a 6, Dayton an 11. Now Cardinal going baseline, cut off. Cardinal again with the 3. Count it!
I'll tell you what, Dayton hit him with a 9-0 run, and now Purdue has answered with a 6-0 run.
And Oliver Purnell wants a timeout with 1:10 to go in the second half. (61-58), huge three-pointer from Brian Cardinal. The Boilermakers 10 of 23 from the three-point line.
And that has really been the story of the game. How often do you see Purdue play? And the story of the game is Purdue's ability from outside the arc that dominates the opposition. But that is what has happened today.
1:10 to go in the second half. Purdue on top of Dayton, 61-58, a 6 versus an 11. Purdue the 6 They're 10 of 23 from the three-point line. And Morris starts the offense on the left wing.
He's got to watch the 5-second call.
Ashman pops out. They're looking for Stanley. He's great off the dribble. 9 to shoot. And Morris with the defense down the lane, blocked and swatted by Cardinal. 2 to go.
By Cardinal. Cardinal just hits the big three on the other end and then makes the great play on this end.
2 to shoot.
Cardinal just follows him along, waiting for him, perching for that ball.
Ball inside, wide open. Holland, how'd he get open? 1-point game. 61-60 Purdue. On top of Dayton, 28 seconds to go. Bounce pass inside McQuay. He's fouled from behind. And McQuay, folks, is a 49% free throw shooter.
He got wide open on the inside. Holland does a great job getting in there, committing the foul. You cannot give up a dunk in that situation. Holland came flying in there to make the play. 2-shot foul.
First one in and out.
Here's this last inbounds play. A great catch by Holland to score it, and then he commits the foul down on the other end, but it's an important foul. Now, if you're Dayton, the key thing here is to block out.
23.6 to go. Second one good. 2-point game. Shot clock turned off. And Morris will start it from the wing. Stanley. Hall, the freshman, for 3. Off the front rim, loose ball. Hall again. And a whistle and foul. A whistle and foul. He'll shoot 1 and 1.
A gutsy play by Dayton. They went for the win. They weren't going for the tie. They were going for the win. And Hall, who struggled all game long on the offensive end, misses the three-point shot, but is able to claim the offensive rebound. Now this is pressure. 1 and 1.
First one good.
Gene Katie looks relaxed over there.
Oh, he missed the second. Loose ball. Stanley.
There's a foul.
And another foul.
A foul on Ashman. And who did he foul? He fouled Brian Cardinal. Cardinal getting himself in position for that rebound. Cardinal has been big, particularly in this second half. You see the look of concern on Oliver Purnell's face. Hall, an 81% free throw shooter. The ball is off. Cardinal has it, and Ashman grabs him from behind. Ashman from behind just grabs on, and you know, if Ashman doesn't grab him, Cardinal had lost the ball.
4 seconds to go, 1-point game. Brian Cardinal at the free throw line.
Where he is a 78% free throw shooter. It's a 1 and 1. Keep in mind, even if he makes both shots, it's only a 3-point game, and Dayton has the opportunity. 4 seconds is plenty of time to get the ball down the court and get a good look at a 3. Obviously, if you're Purdue, you defend the 3. You don't worry about defending the 2.
Everybody on the line for Dayton. Brian Cardinal, 1 and 1. And he missed it. Ashman with the rebound, and a timeout quickly called by Purnell. They will be inbounding the ball in the backcourt after the timeout. 3.2 remaining, and the game reset. Both teams over the limit. Dayton with no timeouts remaining. Purdue with 2. Possession arrow in the favor of the Flyers.
Gus, and this is going to be a throw-in for Dayton, out of bounds, underneath the basket, 94 feet away. They cannot run. It was after a rebound, so it's a spot throw-in. The man has to occupy the spot. The idea is to not let him throw it long, and that's why Allison is going to be right there with those arms up at 6 feet 10.
Morris at the half-court line. Keys it up. No good, out of bounds, and Purdue wins.
Purdue does an excellent job defending against Dayton's last play. The ball comes in to Morris, and there, look who that is. That's Brian Cardinal defending, and Morris is not able to get off a good shot. Oliver Purnell, that's not exactly the shot that he was looking for, but Brian Cardinal with a great defensive play and disappointment by Oliver Purnell. Gene Katie, well, at least that got him up off his seat.
So the Purdue Boilermakers hold on to defeat Dayton. A number 6 defeating a number 11, and that will set up the matchup of Oklahoma, a 3 versus a 6 on Saturday. Oklahoma, Purdue. And our Chevrolet players of the game, Tony Stanley, 16 points, 6 rebounds for Dayton, and Brian Cardinal always coming up big for this Purdue team, 18 points and 7 boards. Purdue survives. They advance, led by Citizen Payne. Coming up, Greg Gumbel in New York after this.
You see that as a final. The Boilermakers 62-61 over Dayton. Purdue advances to play Oklahoma in the second round on Saturday. Meanwhile, in Cleveland, 2:47 to play in the second half.
McHenry, time ran out on the Flyers this afternoon in Tucson, Arizona. They were bounced out of the postseason NCAA tournament by 1 point. News Center 7's Chad Duff joins us now with a look at the big game. Oh, it was tough to watch.
It was, and Jim, I think you were exactly right. Heartbreaker was,
It was a heartbreaker.
You can't say anything else about this ball game. The Flyers making their first trip to the Big Dance in 10 years. Their opponent out of the Big Ten in the form of the Purdue Boilermakers. Now, there's no doubt this was one that anybody that watched it could not be disappointment from an excitement factor. The Flyers fought all the way down to the final buzzer in this game, a very physical ball game on the inside. David Morris, though, ends up heaving a last-second full-court, half-court shot. It doesn't fall. The Flyers lose 62-61. I'll have complete highlights, and Gil Herrick will join us from Arizona coming up in sports.
Okay, Chad, thank you.
Dayton fans get the UD Pub with students and staff. She continues our Team 7 coverage live at the University of Dayton. Must be a somber atmosphere there, Sally.
It sure is. In fact, it's very quiet here on campus. And in fact, we were watching the game here at the pub in the Student Center. Now everyone's gone home. People are disappointed, but they're also very excited that at least UD got in the Big Dance.
This is great stuff right here. This is what going to UD is all about. You got this whole community going on right here. This is awesome. This is one of the best things this whole year.
Like the excitement on campus is unbelievable. The students get so involved in the games, and I mean, we've had a great year, 22 and I forget 7 or something like that, and it's exciting to be on campus and experience it this year.
It's a great tradition. Basketball is great in Dayton.
And it sure is a great tradition here on campus, and all the students hope this will not be the last time they'll go to the dance. In fact, they hope they'll be back next year and give it one more shot. Reporting live, Sally Taylor, News Center 7.
UD students and staff members weren't the only ones who were watching the game with great interest today. Rumor has it that some people actually left work early to cheer on the hometown team. News Center 7's Christian Farr continues our Team 7 coverage. He's live in Washington Township with the story. Christian?
Well, Jim, you said it was a rumor. No. We've got it here. It's fact. There's a lot of people that left work early today. As you can see behind me, UD Flyer game, of course, is not on that screen anymore. A commercial there for Baywatch, but earlier today the game was on. A lot of people were watching it, and a lot of people played hooky from work to come here and see the Flyers play.
They ordered lots of drinks and ate lots of food, but that was not the main reason why most people surrounded the bar at the Champs Restaurant and Sports Bar in Washington Township. They were here to see the University of Dayton take on Purdue University in the first round of the NCAA tournament. And lots of these onlookers were playing hooky from work. Ray Offkey was one of those excited UD Flyer fans who left the office a little bit early today, but he says it was worth it to see this game.
Well, we kind of got off a little bit earlier in the afternoon to come out and see the team. You only get a chance to do this like once every couple of years, so we may as well take advantage of it.
You supposed to be at work?
Yes, I am. Actually, I got permission because my boss is here, too.
Dawn Standifer was another one of those people playing hooky. She's excited about UD making it to the tournament, but she's more interested in another team.
I'm looking forward to the UC game, so that's what I'm looking for.
But Katie Riazzi was definitely here to see the Flyers, and the Flyers only. Her father played for the team back in the 1950s, and she was praying that this young team would advance. But she told us how she'd feel if they lost.
I will be disappointed, but hopeful for next year.
Back here live at the Champs Sports Bar here in Washington Township. A lot of people are still here. A lot of people waving in the background. In fact, one of the people we had in the story there. It's unfortunate. A lot of people are pretty sad that the Flyers did not pull it off. But just like Katie Riazzi said, she hopes they come back next year. That's the latest here in Washington Township. I'm Christian Pardue, Center 7.
In other news, it is
7 Sports on WHIO-TV.
Good evening, everybody. March Madness, it's in full swing, and the Flyers were smack dab in the middle of it. It was a physical game out in Arizona. Let's head out to the highlights. Oliver Purnell had his crew ready to go. So did Gene Katie. A big battle with a Big Ten team. The Flyers had it going early, though. Nate Green rim rocker early. Flyers up 2-0. That's the lead, at least. Then it got real ugly, but Brian Cardinal rattles home a three-pointer there. Just not a great-looking ball game here. Yonsei Holland, nice tip on the inside. He had 10 points in the first half, most of them on buckets like that. Mark Ashman strokes along Jay there. The Flyers, though, down by 3 at the half. Oliver looking for answers, and they did it. They went on a 10-2 run coming out in the second half. Look at this scoop and hoop on the inside for Tony Stanley. The Flyers up 39-38, but Purdue, they're a physical basketball team out on the run right here, and this is kind of when you know things are going well, when you fast break and you drain the three. Then the final seconds. This is where, if you're a UD fan, your heart breaks. David Morris fires up a 3. The Flyers were down by 1. It falls away. Unfortunately, the Flyers go down. There's the final score, 62-61. Tony Stanley, Mark Ashman both end up with 16. A bit of a story. Brooks Hall only with 2. And new Center 7's Gil Herrick is out in Arizona. He had a chance to visit with Edwin Young after the game.
Chad, we're in a very disappointed University of Dayton locker room after a 62-61 loss. Edwin Young joins us. Edwin, tough way to go out.
Very tough way to go out. Someone has to lose, and especially when a game like this, you know, when the emotion's so high, going back and forth, and the momentum is going back and forth, and both teams are giving their all. And, you know, it's going to come down the stretch, and we had our opportunities, and we didn't capitalize, you know, and down the stretch, and as a result, we lost by 1 point.
2 for 17 from three-point. What was going on out there to cause that?
Well, I don't know. I really can't say, you know, we froze up, you know, or we was, you know, kind of stage fright because of the atmosphere. You know, this team's been in big games. There's certain times, you know, you're going to shoot, you know, 50-some%. Certain night of the night, you're going to shoot 19 or 20%. And it just fell on that day where, I mean, like, the ball wasn't going in well. And down the stretch, they hit a couple big ones that they really wasn't known for hitting, and the momentum, what they win, they won.
Okay. Edwin Young finishing out his college career here at the University of Dayton with a 62-61 loss in the NCAAs to Purdue. In Tucson, Arizona with the Flyers, I'm Gil Herrick. Chad, back to you.
Thank you, Gil. Let's go out to the scoreboard. A lot of action today. Great basketball. Kentucky in double overtime over St. Bonaventure. Syracuse in a big win in the Midwest Regional. In the Midwest also, Auburn over Creighton. Iowa State with a big win. Oklahoma over Winthrop. There's the heartbreaker. Purdue over top of Dayton. A lot of games, a lot of great days.
And
March Madness.
Nothing to hang their heads about.
No, not at all.
Season.
First time in 10 years.
Thanks, Chad.
Great job.
That is your 6 o'clock report.
Win yesterday, and Chad Duff has highlights in our Friday morning sports report.
Well, good morning, everybody. It was a heck of a ride for the UD Flyers. Oliver Purnell's squad had a magical season. Gil Herrick was out in Arizona covering the Flyers. He files this report.
1 point. 1 point.
It couldn't have been more of a heartbreaker. It's little solace that UD put a great scare into Purdue, but they did. Right in the opening minute, Nate Green makes it clear. The Flyers are in it to win it. Purdue gazelled to a 9-point lead in the first half, but UD was the rock. Mark Ashman outside, bingo, he had 16 points. And with 1 minute left of the first half, the comeback is complete. Tony Stanley bricks, but Dante Holland is the scrap master. 10 first-half points. Flyers down 3 at the break. Stanley held to 2 in the first half, but he keyed the attack in the final 20 minutes, finishing with 16, but uncharacteristically poor, 2 of 10 from 3 points.
I know sometimes I got open and just didn't stroke it all the way through. I was kind of aiming in.
The Flyers never found the answer on Purdue's Brian Cardinal. He lit them for a game-high 18 points. This one put them up for good with a minute to go. 62-61 Purdue, 3.2 seconds left, but Dayton with one last chance. Ahead to David Morris, off the mark. UD falls in the NCAA.
I think I should have got a better look, at it. Took a couple more dribbles.
But we had some wide open looks. There's no question about it. And, we hit a few more of those. It's a different story.
I made one more rebound. I think that might have been a difference. No regrets.
The Flyers gained a lot of respect out here and know what to do to make that next step. They now have the long night of the offseason to make it so. With the Flyers in Tucson, Arizona, I'm Gil Herrick, News Center 7 Sports.
Just because the Flyers are
dinner for $3. Lee's famous recipe chicken is serving it up hot and tasty. 3 pieces of Lee's mixed chicken with potatoes and gravy, coleslaw, and buttermilk biscuits. Everything for just $3. It's a lot for a little, only at Lee's famous recipe.
That's why everybody's picking Lee's chicken.
Congratulations, Flyers, on a great season from your friends at Channel 7.
Welcome to the Oliver Purnell Show. A look at this week in college basketball, featuring the University of Dayton Flyers.
Good morning and welcome to the Oliver Purnell Show from the Don Donaher Center. I'm Gil Herrick along with the aforementioned coach, Oliver Purnell. And unfortunately, this is going to be the last show of the season. But what a season it was, unfortunately ending this past Thursday with a loss to Purdue in the first round of the NCAA tournaments. But boy, isn't it something to be able to say that the season ends in the NCAAs.
Well, that's right. We did reach the national tournament, which is quite an accomplishment, particularly in today's college basketball. It's just amazing to me, Gil, that we're sitting here talking about this is the last show. It seemed like it was just yesterday that we started the season. Obviously, a very exciting season when you started out in Albuquerque with the Casada Tournament Championship. Our pre-conference schedule, very, very tough. Wins over Kentucky, finishing up, I think, 10-2, and then winning the Western Division of the Atlantic 10 by 2 full games. Those were great accomplishments. Didn't do as well as we'd liked in the conference tournament. Got to the NCAA tournament on Selection Sunday, and who can forget that, and all the excitement involved in that. And then, of course, just a great game against Purdue, losing by 1 point out in the West Regional.
Now, I have to tell you that I was talking with some people from out of town when we were out in Tucson who didn't even know that I was there with the Flyers. And they said, oh, that Purdue-Dayton game, why is Purdue only favored by a couple of points in this one? And I just kind of kept quiet because I didn't want to say anything. But, people around the country, I think, even though you lost, really got a feel for how potent this team can be, how controlled they can be out there, because I was very impressed by how the Flyers came out and were very composed on the floor. We're not intimidated by the fact that we're at the NCAA tournament,
Well, I thought we were in a good place to go a long way in the tournament. I thought our mental approach to the game was good. I thought our guys were both ready, yet not too hyped. And I think it showed out in the game. The one area that we obviously let down, and an area that has been very good for us this year, is our three-point shooting, where we just really struggled and got some good looks. But I'll tell you what, Purdue's defense had something to do with that as well. What a defensive struggle. I thought we did a great job defensively. As I really felt like the last 3 or 4 ball games, I think our defense has really been good. I thought it was outstanding against Purdue. They're an outstanding defensive team, and I think that's why there was such a defensive struggle, particularly in the first half.
I think people forget that, you know, Purdue was in position to win the Big Ten championship until the final week of the regular season, and then they just kind of went on a downhill slope, and it continued right into their Big Ten tournament. So, I mean, they, you know, even though they were a fairly high seed at a 6th seed, they were, you know, 1 or 2 wins away from being a much higher seed than that even. So, I mean, this was a good basketball team.
Well, it was a good team. In fact, the last game of the regular season, if they would have won, they would have tied for the regular season championship of the Big Ten, and then they lost in the first round of the tournament to a very good Wisconsin team. And you know, we know what kind of teams there are in the Big Ten. So this is an outstanding basketball team. We had to play well to put ourselves in a position to win, and that's exactly what we did.
Let's take a look at the highlights from this game. This was Thursday out at the McHale Center in Tucson, Arizona. And what started off great, Nate Green with a dunk. You got to be excited about that.
Well, we penetrated in there and got him the ball in the lane, and he dunks it in and sends a statement that we're here to play. And I'll tell you what, it wasn't easy after that to get on the scoreboard, but we were defending as well, as both teams just kind of went back and forth and kind of floundered on offense. But the defense had a lot to do with it.
Mark Ashman went in the lane and just got rejected, but you guys get the ball back. Still can't quite hit it. Was there something going on with people's range and how they were shooting it, or was it just simply the defense was right there?
Well, the way the game was being called, I mean, they were letting things really go inside, and there was just a lot of banging. Even on the perimeter, I thought there was a lot of hand checking and just a lot of physical play that was allowed, and our guys did a good job of adjusting to that, and obviously Purdue's kind of used to that, and that's just the way the game was, a very physical basketball game.
They were a tough team, no question about it all. Brian Cardinal, though, good player, no question, but he really showed an outside range that he hadn't necessarily shown throughout the season.
Well, he's an all-around player. I mean, he definitely is a guy on the scouting report. We said he can shoot the ball from three-point range, but he does most of his damage down inside, driving to the basket, good assist guy, a great steal guy, the all-time leading steal guy for Purdue. That's quite an accomplishment.
A guy named Carson Cunningham hits a couple of three-pointers here, about 9 minutes left in the first half, I believe. And that put them up by, they ended up being up by 9 at one point. You guys called timeout. What are you trying to do?
Well, we're just trying to settle down and make our guys understand that work a little bit tougher on the interior. We continue to drive the ball to the basket. And most of all, let's not panic here. And because there's a long way to go, we're defending pretty well. We've got to do a better job on the three-point shot, but we got to stay with our offensive game plan.
And I think that was largely what happened. Even though you didn't come back right away, everybody seemed to be still within the game. Nobody got too outrageous, and let's just, you know, fire up the threes. And then finally, things started coming together. About 4 minutes left in the half. You made a little bit of a run, and things got going. Interesting play, though, when Tony Stanley hit a 19-footer. His foot was on the line. Did you have a decent look on that?
I thought it was definitely a two-point shot, never any question about it, and really didn't understand what the officials were talking about. There was no question it was a two-point shot.
But they decided I guess someone on the scorer's table, and you can see right there, he's holding up. I thought it was a three, so I gave him 3, and the guys on CBS all along had said that, no, our score on the screen is correct, but the score in the arena had you guys with 1 extra point. Well, they took that off after what seemed like an interminable amount of time to discuss, you know, whether it was a 2 or a 3, when it seemed pretty obvious to everybody except the scoreboard operator who, you know, what at the point. But obviously, you know, every point counts, so you just got to kind of take it what it is. But you continue to come back, did very, very well in moving the ball around. Even though Stanley wasn't hitting the shots, you guys were getting the board. Yante Holland in particular.
Yeah, we're doing a good job of getting to the glass. Yante got on the glass. We got some things in penetration. And then finally, toward the end of the half, we have David Morris, I believe, penetrating to the basket, feeding Yante Holland to cut it to 1.
Guys are down by 1 final seconds, but and this is, I don't know how disheartening this was or not, but Purdue comes down, they miss their first shot, and Cardinal gets the rebound in the lane, puts it back up, and so now they're up by 3 at halftime. And obviously, the end of the game was a 1-point differential, but you know, nonetheless, how did that make much of a difference to you guys?
Not in that situation, because we made a pretty good comeback to get that thing back within 1 point, 3 points. But it's obvious at this point to us as we go in, we haven't played as well as we can, and we're only down 3. So we feel pretty good about coming back out in the second half and having an opportunity to win the game.
28-25 is the halftime score. You guys shot 36% from the floor in the first half. not real well from 3 points. You know, that, and that,
all
in
game
fact,
long.
you know, 0 for 8 from 3-point in the first half.
That's an understatement.
Yeah, and it didn't get much better in the second half, but it did get better, which is something to take from that. So what you're saying to the guys, we can play better than this, essentially.
Well, we can play better than this, but we also need to really drive the ball to the basket. They're out on the perimeter players. They're denying the wings. You know, guys like David Morris and Edwin Young need to take the ball in the paint, draw the help, and then dish to our big guys inside more often. And I thought we did a much better job of that in the second half, but it was not easy.
Second half, you guys did get right into it. Traded baskets with them, unfortunately, but we're able to get a lot of penetration, get a lot of points off of that, and all of a sudden what was a low-scoring game suddenly starting to tick up a little bit, and we're seeing a little bit more offensive spurts.
There were a lot of ebbs and flows in the game with the defense. You know, both teams would get on a little bit of an uptick offensively, then all of a sudden the defense would take over again, and you know, we were always kind of fighting back from a 3-point deficit, from a 4-point deficit, and then finally they got it up to 6 points late in the half. And, you know, at that point, we thought it was a real critical time, but we certainly weren't out of it because neither team was scoring with any great regularity.
Jerron Cornell, who is one of their underachieving guards, hit a couple of 3-pointers there in the second half to get that 6-point lead, but you guys regrouped. You kept it coming, and you got right back into the thing. Finally, Tony hits some 3-pointers. He held to 2 points in the first half, just that disputed, if you want to call it, 3-point basket. He hits a couple of threes in the second half to get you back into it. And more importantly than that, he knows his shot isn't falling all that well. He's stepping underneath and getting past the guy in the ball fake, so he's doing well there.
Doing a good job in that area. Like you said, we finally get a couple of threes to go at the opportune time. We get the ball to Yonte Holland, grabs the basketball and gets fouled and goes to the line and puts us up 1. And then we get a big steal from Brooks Hall to get us up 3. And at this point, we feel like we've got a little bit of control with a couple of minutes to play. And Tony Stanley misses a drive to the basket, and then just one of those that just went out of there, and that could have put us up 5. I thought that was a critical point for us because, you know, after that, they come down, hit a 3, get that thing back tied, and you know, we're just in a tough situation at that point. It's anybody's ball game.
Yeah, so it ends up at this point at 62-60, and time's running out. All of a sudden, here comes the ball's batting around basically. Brooks Hall picks it up and gets fouled. Yeah. You send the freshman to the line. You know, as a coach, I know you got a lot of confidence in Brooks, but I mean, he's a freshman. He's going to the line, NCAA tournament. You know?
Well, you know, I felt good because you know, we're down 2, and Brooks is shooting 86% from the field, and you know, from a coaching standpoint, that's exactly what you want. You know, he knocks the first one down as cool as a cucumber, and then the other one just kind of rims out. And, you know, still at that point, the ball is flying around, and we got a great chance to get the offensive rebound. In fact, we get the offensive rebound. A foul's called on Mark Ashman at that point, and now they go down and shoot free throws way on the other end. Yeah. And that's what makes it tough because you only still make 1. We get a timeout, but now we only got 3 seconds to get the ball down the other end, which is a tough proposition.
So what do you decide to do at that point? I mean, we know what you end up doing, but what were the thought process going through your mind?
Well, the process was to get the ball to David Morris on the run, and 3 seconds is a long time if you get the ball on the run, and we did get the ball to David on the run toward mid-floor. We told him he could get all the way to the 3-point line and get a good look. And Cardinal came up to David. He kind of dodged him and threw it up an off-balance shot. You know, that's one of those things I'm sure he would like to have back, to either dribble it himself and shoot it or hit Mark Ashman, who's wide open at the top of the key. And it's just one of those bang-bang plays and decisions that just didn't work out for us.
Well, shoulda, woulda, coulda, you know what I'm going to say? 62-61, the final score. The Flyers fall in the West Sub-Regional to the Purdue Boilermakers. But wow, what a game. Afterwards, we talked to a number of the players, including the seniors, and here's what they had to say about a disappointing loss.
It was a good game, a good college basketball game. You know, both teams had runs, and both teams answered each other's runs. I don't think the league really got above, 5 or 6 points really in the second half. And it came down to, the last few possessions, and we had our opportunities. And, we didn't capitalize on them.
It's a heartbreaker, but, on the same side, on the flip side, you wouldn't want it any other way. I would rather lose by 1 point than to be blown out by 10 or 15. Everybody out here put their best foot forward, and I think everybody can look themselves in the mirror and say that, they really played their hearts out.
This was a hard-fought game, the little plays, here and there, determine the game, and It was just a hard game for us.
We fought back hard, made some big plays in the end. But the last couple, I mean, we gave them a couple of good looks, and they knocked the shots down, and then we had a chance to tie it up. I missed the free throw. I mean, they gave us our chances. We just didn't capitalize on them.
I really can't say, we froze up, or we was, kind of stage fright because of the atmosphere. And, this team's been in big games. Just certain times, you're going to shoot, 50-some%. Certain night of the night, you're going to shoot 19 or 20%. And I mean, it just fell on that day where, the ball wasn't going in well. And down the stretch, they hit a couple big ones that they really wasn't known for hitting. And the momentum, what they win, they won.
I know sometimes I got open and just didn't stroke it all the way through. I was kind of aiming in, and in the beginning, I was a little excited, but in the second half, it kind of calmed down, and I was able to relax a little bit more and knock them down.
I made one more rebound. I think that might have been a difference. No regrets. We played hard, and we gave it our all. So today, and it was a great game.
Mark Ashman playing his final game in a Flyer uniform. A very, very emotional time for him afterwards. That was probably a half an hour after the game, and he was finally to the point where he was composed enough to be able to make some poignant comments there. But no regrets. He played it full out. He had a good game. A lot of guys had good games, and you guys had a good run. Unfortunately, it ends a little late.
Well, it's particularly tough for the seniors because they know that this is their last game, and Mark Ashman, in particular, guy started every game for us, since a freshman, just an Ironman career, and never more iron than the performance he put on in this particular NCAA game. I mean, he battled in there, and it was a fight in there, and he just kind of battled. It wasn't perfect, but he kept us in the game with his fight and his presence inside, and so my hat goes off to him. My hat goes off to Edwin Young. Didn't have a great game, but battled, had just a very solid senior year. And I told the guys after the game that, particular seniors, if you compete like this in anything you do in life, the way you did in this game, the way you did this year, you're going to be successful. And we told the underclassmen that there's some great lessons to be learned from this game. Just like Mark was saying, one more rebound. One more free throw. It's not just the last free throw. It's not just the last rebound. It's the entire basketball game. If our underclassmen can understand that and learn from that, that's what experience is all about.
Okay, let's take a time out. We come back on the Oliver Purnell Show. Let's talk about the seniors and give one last look at the guys who are leaving the program.
America's beautiful. Whether your destination is a babbling brook or the Grand Canyon, there's no better way to get there than in an RV from my good friend Tom Raper in Richmond, Indiana.
Now's the time to buy. The price has been reduced on over 1,000 units for immediate clearance in the month of March.
So let Tom Raper make the American dream come true for you today.
Tom Raper Homes, Richmond, Indiana. Open evenings, closed Sunday. Call now. Call free. 1-800-RAPER-RV.
Just in time for the championship games, it's the Hyundai WHIO-TV ticket to the tournament, and you could win the best seat in the house, an RCA 46-inch projection TV. It's easy to play. Just call 1-877-276-WHIO and enter. Then watch News Center 7 at 11 starting March 16th. If your name is drawn, you win a Rawlings basketball and are entered in the grand prize drawing March 31st. See Reach Magazine for details. Brought to you by Satellite Connection, Bob Chayton Auto Center, and Universal One Credit Union.
Web search is giving you unexpected results? At ActiveDayton.com, you get exactly what you're looking for because local sites are reviewed before you search. ActiveDayton.com, where Dayton goes online.
Start your new career, your new attitude, and your new life in any of these rewarding fields. Call the all-new Reds Tech Center today.
Say hello to Neon. Hi, I'm Terry Toby from Key Chrysler Dodge Truck and Jeep in Xenia. And Neon is a compact car with big car room, performance, style, safety, loaded with features at affordable prices. Drive away in this Neon for only $189 a month with $0 out of your pocket. And with $1,500 rebate, this car will fit any budget. In fact, first-time buyers, recent grads, Financing is available to you today on Neon. Remember, free pickup and delivery for service only at Key Chrysler and Xenia. Say hi to the American-made Neon today at Key and save.
Storm Tracker 7. Tracking storms where you live. Only on News Center 7.
Back on the Oliver Purnell Show, the Flyers fall 62-61 to Purdue in the NCAA tournament, which sounds real good. I got to tell you that right now. Even though you do lose, that's unfortunate. A final game, obviously, for the seniors, and we've talked in past shows about the seniors, but give us your final shot, your final parting shots on these guys. Some outstanding athletes come through this program. What's the thing you're going to remember the most about Mark Ashman?
Well, first of all, collectively, I think as people, the finest group of seniors that I've been around, and obviously they made tremendous contributions on the floor. Mark Ashman, the iron guy, you could just count on him to be out there every night with his presence in that center position, and we're certainly going to miss that for sure. Matt Cooper, his backup. Anytime that Mark was in foul trouble or just wasn't getting the job done, Matt was there, a very dependable guy, voted the most dependable guy on the team by his teammates a year or so ago. Just a great spirit guy. Ted Fitz, hardest working man in basketball. Just worked hard at 4 positions for us. Anytime that things weren't going well at any one of those 4 positions, I didn't hesitate to put Ted in there. I called him my security blanket. And speaking of blanket, finally, the blanket, Edwin Young. Just a tremendous defensive player, tremendous competitor, very solid point guard for us. He comes in a winner and goes out a winner.
Great 4 years for those guys. They all really contributed a great deal.
They played on some good basketball teams. Played on the NIT team. They played on an NCAA team. They played on 2 Western Division championship teams in the Atlantic 10. So they had very fine careers, and they ended up where they wanted to be. They wanted to end up in the national tournament, and that's where they ended up.
All right, coming up next, we will look ahead to next year already when the Oliver Purnell Show continues.
Buying your next vehicle should be a winning experience. We make it happen at Irwin Chrysler, Plymouth, Dodge, Jeep, and Troy. We sell all the great Chrysler products, 250 new and pre-owned cars, trucks, vans, and sport utilities. Save $1,250 with a winning rebate on all 2000 Caravans, Voyagers, and the Town & Country.
Hello, I'm Ron Irwin, the area's 5-star award dealer. We want your business, and we'll prove it.
In business 24 years, winning service after the sale. I-75 to Exit 69 Troy.
At Irwin, you win.
Looking for real entertainment? At ActiveDayton.com, you'll find everything from concert listings and movie guides to events, sports, and more. ActiveDayton.com, where Dayton goes online.
Dad,
Uh-huh.
why do you shave?
Oh, because I don't want a beard.
Why do you wear a tie?
That's easy, because I have to.
Dad, why do you always eat Cheerios?
Because Daddy's cholesterol's kind of high.
And a study shows the whole grain oats in Cheerios can help lower cholesterol when part of a low-fat diet.
Why do you have high cholesterol?
Oh, because Daddy used to eat not such good things before he met Mommy.
Daddy?
The one and only Cheerios.
Prepare yourself.
Plans are finished for the new Moore's Fitness and Personal Training Center in Beaver Creek at Dayton Xenia and Fairfield Roads. The information center is now open at the new Beaver Creek Club site, and charter memberships are available at all 12 great Moore's Fitness locations. To celebrate, we're offering the Moore's Light Pay-As-You-Go with dues of only $29 a month. Only $29 a month with no long-term commitment. Prepare yourself for the best in fitness entertainment. Call 1-800-MOORES-24.
It's Tim Hogan's Color Your Home Beautiful sale. We've red-tagged our top floor styles at factory truckload prices during Tim Hogan's Color Your Home Beautiful sale. Shop Tim Hogan.
Wheel of Fortune, weeknights at 7, only on Channel 7.
Back on the Oliver Purnell Show, the season is over, but there's always next year, and you got to look ahead to that already. There's a very good core group of players coming back, and it's always what you want to have, of course. And I guess the biggest question of all is, and you don't know, I guess, is Kane going to be able to make Kane Dollabo going to be able to make a comeback?
We feel certain that Kane will get all the way back. We expect that around June that he should be completely healed. The nerve inflammation and everything should be back to normal. He's actually in practice now doing some a limited amount of stuff. So, you know, having him back gives us added depth. We've got Sammy Smith from the early signing period coming in. So, you know, that perimeter depth should be there for us. And not to mention, obviously, Brooks Hall and Tony Stanley and David Morris. All of those guys had outstanding years. And just as importantly, they gained some valuable experience even in the NCAA tournament. So, you know, the core of our perimeter is back, and that's a great nucleus. Our 4 position, we feel real good about that with, of course, Nate Green and Yontae Holland. If you remember back in the beginning of the year, we had some question marks of who's going to play that 4 position and so on and so forth, really going back to Ryan Perriman. And these guys, as a group or as a duet, did an outstanding job for us at the 4 spot. They will be back. And then, of course, we're looking at the 5 spot where Matt Cooper and Mark Ashman are gone and what we're going to do there. Keith Walaskowski is in the program, did an outstanding job for us in practice. I think that he got a lot better because he was able to learn the system. He was able to practice. He was able to get into the weight room with our strength and conditioning guy, Todd Forcier. So we're expecting big things from him. We need a couple more big bodies in there to go along with that group. But I really like what I see here in terms of the nucleus, the prospects of next year, a lot of experience. We need to get in 3 or 4 more players, but we're really looking forward to having maybe a better year.
Well, you just can't say at this point. I think having the redshirt year for Walaskowski really helped him. And in fact, you know, everybody wants to play. Of course, everybody wants to have the opportunity to play. But, you know, he admitted as much to me that, you know, he really is benefiting by having the opportunity to sit back, just work on his conditioning, work on his game, and when he comes out next year, he's going to have 4 full years and is going to be really advanced in that area.
Yeah, you know, it's really strange sometimes. Once a guy has graduated and gone into coaching or whatever, and he sits back and looks that first year out of a college and is able to kind of look at things, I think Keith has gotten that on the other end because he was there for every game, on every road trip, every practice, and he got a chance to step away from competition in terms of games and really learn a lot. And I think it's going to really help him. I think he's a very cerebral basketball player. He'll be a mature player for a freshman, and I think it's really going to help us.
Okay. We'll be back in a moment with the final segment of the Oliver Purnell Show.
Over the years, I've faced some pretty tough challenges. Spyglass, Bay Hill, Pebble Beach. But there's one challenge I hope I never have to face again. That's why I eat my Wheaties.
Numerous studies confirm that a low-fat diet rich in whole-grain foods like Wheaties may reduce the risk of certain digestive cancers. 100% whole-grain Wheaties.
Shouldn't you be eating your Wheaties?
Just in time for the championship games, it's the Hyundai WHIO-TV ticket to the tournament, and you could win the best seat in the house, an RCA 46-inch projection TV. It's easy to play. Just call 1-877-276-WHIO and enter. Then watch News Center 7 at 11 starting March 16th. If your name is drawn, you win a Rawlings basketball and are entered in the grand prize drawing March 31st. See Reach Magazine for details. Brought to you by Satellite Connection, Bob T10 Auto Center, and Universal One Credit Union.
America the Beautiful. Whether your destination is a babbling brook or the Grand Canyon, there's no better way to get there than in an RV from my good friend Tom Raper in Richmond, Indiana.
Now's the time to buy. The price has been reduced on over 1,000 units for immediate clearance in the month of March.
So let Tom Raper make the American dream come true for you today.
Tom Raper Homes, Richmond, Indiana. Open evenings, closed Sunday. Call now. Call free. 1-800-RAPER-RV.
My favorite part of high school? Definitely football. Until I seriously injured my knee. I had to find something to do besides hanging around the neighborhood. And culinary class looked really cool. Because that's where the girls are. Then I started cooking. I mean, really cooking. Now I'm proud to be learning from the best. Find your talent. You've got one. And make your mama proud, too.
Back of the Oliver Purdue Show for the final time this year, I'm afraid. The Flyers falling out of the tournament on Thursday, and now that you guys are out, I guess you get a chance to sit back and watch it like everybody else, or do you?
Well, I actually have to look at the brackets for the first time. The only thing I really looked at was the West, and but if somebody put a gun to my head and I had to pick, I guess I would go with Stanford. I really like them. I know Mike Montgomery, worked with him. He does a fabulous job with his team. Got to go with Temple from the Atlantic 10. I think they're going to. I think they're going to do very, very well. Out in our region, out in the West, like Arizona, and then finally Michigan State's playing as well as anybody. So those would be my 4 picks, but they're going to be upsets. I know they are.
You're really going out on a limb here, so...
yeah, exactly. Picking bad teams.
The A-10, at least to this point, obviously first round 2 losses, but two very, very close losses. I think the league really acquitted itself well.
Well, it has, and that's a tough thing, is I think that people might say, well, the A-10 didn't do very well, but I mean, St. Bonaventure goes into double overtime, had chances to win that basketball game. You know, we're up 3 with a couple minutes to play, and we certainly have a chance. And I just wish Temple well, because I think they're as good as anybody and have a chance to win the national championship. We'd sure like to see them in the Final Four.
That would be a very, very interesting thing to say. John Chaney, a good guy, that's for sure. Coach, it has been a pleasure to work with you this year. Sorry that we got to end this thing now, but, well, that's just the way it's going to go sometimes.
It won't be long. It certainly won't be long, and it has been a great year, and I just want to say goodbye to the Flyer faithful, and we look forward to seeing you very shortly.
Okay, congratulations, and good luck for next year, all right? We'll be seeing you back. All right, I'm Gil Herrick for the coach, Oliver Purdue. We've had a great season. We'll see you next year.
Plan for tomorrow's weather with
now to keep accolades on this group, but go back 6 months. No one expected the kind of year they had. Tonight, the Flyers with their annual season-ending banquet and awards program, and for only the 5th time in school history, the team MVP award shared. Mark Ashman and Tony Stanley, co-MVPs, betting on this team of overall hard workers.
Everyone stuck together. We all had faith in each other more than in the past 2 or 3 years I've been here playing, and it was just a great ride. You know, we had great support from everybody, and you know, we look forward to doing even better next year.
It was a great time. I mean, everybody had fun, I think, and we turned the program around, and that's what we wanted to do, and we enjoyed doing it.
It certainly was a rewarding year. The seniors, just a great group collectively, did a great job of leading us, and that was talked an awful lot about tonight. I thought that was a critical success factor for us.
The good news about
has turned on the sparkle this weekend as the amateur basketball capital of the world. Steeped in tradition of mid-America, the past sometimes fades away to the future as Indiana youngsters continue what is known as Hoosier hysteria. Never forgetting their roots or responsibilities at home, kids continue to dream of big things to come. Like hitting the winning shot in the big game and the celebration that follows. Are taking charge inside to seal a victory. Today, the future stars of basketball, the College All-Stars, meet the Harlem Globetrotters in the NABC Round Ball Challenge. Ocean Spray proudly presents the 2000 National Association of Basketball Coaches Round Ball Challenge. We're at Conseco Fieldhouse in Indianapolis, Indiana, where Jim Calhoun of the University of Connecticut brings his College All-Stars in against probably the most recognizable basketball team in the world, the Harlem Globetrotters. A little shtick, a lot of basketball. Hi, everybody. Sam Smith, along with the coach of Washington State, Southern Cal, and Iowa, George Raveling, joining us here on Fox Sports Net. We're delighted to be all part of a great weekend in Indianapolis, and if you like basketball, this was the place to be this weekend, George.
Well, Sam, all eyes are on Indianapolis for good reason. We have 4 teams competing for the coveted national championship. Here we have a large collection of college all-stars who are all trying to enhance their position in the NBA draft. And we also have the Hoop Summit, a collection of domestic and international high school stars who are competing for global supremacy. So it all makes for a wonderful weekend of basketball.
George, by the way, is not here recruiting. He's just going to enjoy the games with us. Let's take a look at a couple of the All-Stars that's certainly going to have a shining moment as they try to improve their draft status. One of those is Richie Fromm, the young man from Gonzaga, and what a great last 2 years he's had.
Well, Richie is a huge reason why Gonzaga has had 2 consecutive trips to the Sweet 16 in the NCAA tournament. This 6'4" scoring guard has got a jump shot that is as deadly as a baby's bottom, Sam.
Well, that's the outside game for the All-Stars. Inside it belongs to, I think, a very close-to-home favorite here from Purdue, Brian Cardinal. He may be the key inside for the All-Stars.
Well, Brian plays the game with an unusual passion. I would suspect if we looked in the dictionary under hustle, heart, and desire, we'd find this picture there. He thinks every loose ball, every rebound is his personal possession.
So the All-Stars against the world champion, world-famous Harlem Globetrotters, and one of the guys that makes them run is a very familiar face over at Maryland, the Washington, D.C. area in high school. It's Johnny Ace Rhodes, and if you follow ACC basketball, you remember this guy.
Well, this young man was a former All-ACC performer. He's the Globetrotters' go-to guy and their MVP. He's got a deadly jump shot, explosive first step to the basket, and he'll embarrass the defensive player.
Well, there's former All-Stars, former NBA players, and a great aggregation of players for the Trotters going up against the college All-Stars. They say, George and I got to work. We're going to go enjoy it with you. After this timeout, we have the lineups.
ABC Round Ball Challenge is brought to you by Ocean Spray, by GTE, and by MVP.com.
Here in Indianapolis is welcoming a great crowd as they come into Conseco Fieldhouse, which is the home of the Indiana Pacers here in downtown Indianapolis, as we get ready for the NABC Round Ball Challenge. Sam Smith along with George Raveling. As the 2 starting lineups have been introduced, let's take a look at the starters now for the All-Stars. All the NABC All-Stars have been in working out for the last couple of days. They'll go with Thornton along with Sanchez, both knowing very well from the Northeast. Jones, a big fella from out in San Francisco. Richie Fromm, who you've already heard about shooting. And Kevin Freeman, who was on that 99 championship team for Connecticut, will round out their starting lineup. Speaking of that 99 championship team, Jim Calhoun is the head coach of the All-Stars. He said he's got a good group. He's anticipating a good game. He said he'll have to really muscle up inside if they hope to stay with the Trotters today. For the Trotters today, they'll be starting with a lineup that has a lot of new faces that you have not seen before. Sherrell Ford, along with Rhodes, will man the guards. Ford has never met a shot he didn't like. Also, Will Cunningham, big 6-man inside, 7-footer, 250 pounds. Solis, the Division II Player of the Year. And Gerald Jordan adds a big front line to the Harlem Globetrotters. Alvin Gentry, formerly the head basketball coach, once again at the Detroit Pistons, will be called in for this game and will be coaching on the sidelines for the Harlem Globetrotters. You know, somewhere along the way, George Raveling, that the great Tex Harrison will not be too far behind. 39 years of the Harlem Globetrotters coaching in the huddle. There he is,
and there's
just at the
Tex
bottom.
there with the glasses on.
Tex Harrison, a player out of North Carolina Central, one of the first historically black college university gentlemen to make an All-American team. And the rest is history. Traveled around the world, visited 119 countries. He has seen it all, and he said he's just getting cooking. Speaking of getting cooking, let's get going now. Is John Hampton along with Mike Roberts. And Fran McCall will be our 3 officials for today's game. And, George, we asked you a little bit off the top of the show here as we get ready for this jump ball. Jones will jump inside with Cunningham. Is what the college All-Stars try to get done here in this game in front of a lot of scouts and a lot of people.
Well, I think one thing that they want to do is they want to exhibit a balanced game. I think the pro scouts here are looking to see what can they do at the defensive end.
Out inside, Freeman trying to work low. Jones a little show and go. Got Cunningham up. Rebound comes off the offside, and Solis will push it ahead, and that's to Johnny Rhodes. Rhodes, by the way, was the MVP of the college series in 3 games last year by the Trotters, and out of the corner. First 3 is up and good, and there's Sherrell Ford knocking down a 3. We anticipated that, though, George.
Well, Sam, on the surface, you would say the Globetrotters have a decided edge in this game because they have played together, and this is a collection of all-stars who just came together about 3 days ago. And so they're still trying to find themselves, identify roles.
X-ray hip coming up with a first personal foul down inside, and make that Jordan, excuse me, getting his first personal foul inside. That'll be out of bounds to the All-Stars. And right off the bat, another quick foul. As that time they got the good ball release on that good setup, and that's one thing I was impressed with the coaches yesterday. They kept it simple, but they ran some very good patterns on the out of bounds and also how to get the ball in the hands of their shooters.
Well, when you coach an all-star team, you have to keep it simple. You just want to get them in an organized structure that will allow each player to reasonably exhibit his skills.
Bootsy Thornton at the line as Jim Calhoun's club gets their first point. Thornton out of St. John's. He, by the way, is the 15th man to make the coach's all-star team. And again, very happy to be one of the Red Storm players. Started 33 of St. John's teams. Of course, get 3 shots, and then the act of shooting a 3-pointer out of the corner. MVP of the Big East tournament as well.
Out of Baltimore, Maryland, a lot of very good basketball players develop on the playgrounds of Baltimore. Nice pass.
Thornton with the assist pass, and Jones, who you saw get that inside rebound, and if the All-Stars are going to stay close, they need that kind of inside game. And they do as they take their first lead at 4-3. Right back with Will Cunningham jumping in with a deuce. And a 1-point lead for the Trotters.
Well, Will Cunningham certainly has an NBA body. He's huge.
Jones has got a testing pretty good today, though. And the rebound comes off, and ahead come the Trotters.
Early on, the All-Stars getting 1 shot attempt at the basket.
Salih's missing batter out of the corner. Freeman the rebound, and the All-Stars run. Look at that pass by Sanchez. I tell you what, Pepe's a better shooter than a lot of people getting credit for, but he does that well as Thornton gets an easy basket.
There's no one in college basketball that's better at running a team than Pepe Sanchez.
Playing on kind of a bad wheel today, though, George.
Well, he's still suffering some of the ill effects of that early season ankle injury, but I talked to him doing the shoot-around. He said, Coach, I can go.
Jordan's going to get credit for the basket, and Jones trying to send a little message in there. Kenyon Jones from Savannah, Georgia, started at the University of California and finally ended up at San Francisco.
And Jones gets off in the help position. And as you said, trying to send a message that there'll be no easy shots in the paint today.
Trotters have got to come out, George, I think, and play that 3-point line, and that's why. Richie Fromm knocking it down from outside, and again, one of the truly great 3-point shooters in the game today.
And Richie Fromm has the ability to stretch a defense with that excellent 3-point shooting ability.
Rebound out inside to Jones. Jones is not in the greatest shape. It'll be interesting to see how long Coach Calhoun goes with him. Pepe Sanchez trying to create inside. Well, Jones is going to stay out there as long as he keeps hitting jump shots as he puts it down, and we are right now in an 11-7 game for the All-Stars.
9 out of 10 times, if you put the ball in the hands of Pepe Sanchez, something good's going to happen. He'll find the right person at the right time and get him the basketball.
Salih misses. Rebound comes off to Jones. He's already had himself an all-star performance in this first few minutes. Sanchez pushing it ahead. I guess the old adage of a guy that throws passes like Sanchez is don't turn your head on him, right, George?
And the thing about Sanchez that a coach loves, he rarely turns the ball over.
6-point lead now as Freeman gets his first field goal of the night. And it's a 6-point lead for the All-Stars early on the Trotters. Trotters relegating themselves to some outside shots as Freeman knocks it away. Pepe Sanchez says, ooh, I thought I had it on the inline there, Mr. Ref. I think a game of this particular complexion, though, George, I don't think you argue that too vociferously, do you? It's an all-star game, for God's sake. Ball knocked out of bounds by Sanchez. Belongs to the Trotters. Johnny Rhodes will inbound. We made mention Rhodes, the MVP of the 99 All-Star Series. 14 points and 10 assists against the All-Stars last year. All-Stars really put on quite a challenge. Matter of fact, they came from way down to within 1 point in a game at Detroit last year. Nice little inside move by Jordan.
And Jordan shot that one under duress as 2 defenders collapsed on him.
That stops a 7-point run here by the All-Stars with a 13-9 lead. Freeman working inside over Jordan. Tap up by Jones. Stave alive, and they put it up and good, and there's Thornton slipping in for a field goal. And that's a bonus when Bootsy gets inside for you.
And Kenyon Jones made that putback by keeping the ball alive. Coaches teach on the offensive boards, if you cannot gain control, keep the ball alive.
Well, the All-Stars have built up to a 15-9 lead here. The NAB 2000 Round Ball Challenge. We're back with more from Indianapolis after this timeout on Fox Sports Net.
It is
maybe the weatherman has to be saluted as well. Here we are with a beautiful day for basketball. Conseco Fieldhouse, the home of the Indiana Pacers, the site of the NABC Round Ball Classic. And the challenge going on with this youngster saying, you know, I think I can do that. May take a few years, but I think it might happen. Well, the All-Stars building their 15-9 lead. They work with a brand new fresh 5 in as Wynn tries to get inside. Tim Wynn out of St. Bonaventure. Rhodes with a rebound. Ashman along with Nate Johnson. Of course, Brian Cardinal in there for Purdue now has joined the lineup. Eric Coley in for the All-Stars, and Wynn forces a turnover, and that's where the All-Stars, George, may have a pretty good advantage because of their tenacity on defense. They really get all over you.
Well, what you do have with the college All-Stars is a large collection of players that were their team's primary defender. Wynn did an outstanding job of forcing Rhodes, number one, to pick up the dribble, and number two, to make him turn it over.
Well, what a big league play that was by Nate Johnson out of Louisville. He took it strong against Will Cunningham. After he threw the bump, he was able to get it right back up and good. Watch this one, George.
And the play was initiated by a beautiful backdoor play by Brian Cardinal. What a luxury to have a big man who can step out on the perimeter and make a play.
Johnson off the bench for his first 3 points of the night, and it's an 18-9 lead as now here comes Rhodes against Wynns again. And guess what? Second consecutive turnover on Johnny Rhodes, a man that normally runs the attack for the Trotters almost flawlessly. Wynn with the defense. Johnson with a great save. Offside hook won't go. Wynn with a rebound. Inside to Cardinal. And the Purdue grad puts it in 22-12. As again, it's a lead by the All-Stars as they continue to put the pressure on. Solis can't get the roll. Ashman comes off for the rebound. Doug Manning played his college ball again at Dayton and was actually a pretty fair three-point shooter as well, along with being a big guy inside. Tapped away from him. There's Cardinal on the floor after the ball. And a slip in your face by Johnson. All set up with a hustle of Brian Cardinal of Purdue.
And we talked about at the open of the show, young man that has unusual passion for the game. Brian Cardinal dives for it. Has the presence of mind to know where the open player is. He takes it to the rack and throws it through.
And, of course, Cardinal doing a job offensively along with setting some things. He'll be one that comes out as 5 new fresh bodies come in. One will not be able to come in on the near sideline right now is Ross Land out of Northern Arizona. As, again, Cardinal gets a rest on the sideline. There's a good look at Ross. He, by the way, is the first Jackrabbit out of Northern Arizona to make the All-Star game. Missed by Johnson, gets his own missed shot. Tapped away, comes off to Jones, who's returned the lineup. Pepe Sanchez back out for the All-Stars. And the first time out for Alex Scales, number 40, works in the opposite corner here of Johnson. Freeman is back in, working inside on Jones. 18 on the shot clock, as now we have a whistle and a foul. That'll be over the back by Reggie Phillips, and a personal foul call on the Trotters. But we've got a timeout before play can continue. 11:10 left to go on Fox Sports Net. We've got the NAB Round Ball Challenge from Indianapolis continuing in a moment. Later, as he's called by his Trotter teammates, as the All-Stars again with the lead, and the fresh 35 on the shot clock. Get it into Scales. First shot tops out of there, and the Trotters have a couple of new bodies in there. This is Donnie Boyce. Boyce, one of their top shooters out of Colorado. Second-round pick, by the way, in '95 of Atlanta. Phillips for 3. Jones snatching some rebounds, and I tell you what, George, Jones is making an impact here on some people watching him today.
Absolutely. He's been a dominant force on the backboards, particularly at the defensive end of the floor.
Sanchez and Freeman playing some catch inside. Freeman trying to back down on Otis Key. Holloway skips out of there, and an easy rebound for the Trotters. They get it ahead to Phillips. Key in the open floor, pulls up for the jumper. And there's Jones with another rebound, but it's snatched away by Boyce. Trotters, of course, many of the players that you see here today will be joining one of two of their teams. They get the jumper up, and from outside they nail it, and that is Jamal Livingston. Puts it down to make it 24-17. They'll be joining the two teams that are touring the United States, and several of these will be heading to Europe as they open that tour next month.
Well, the Globetrotters are basketball's original ambassadors. They've been welcomed by popes, kings, queens, presidents. All have honored the Globetrotters over the years.
Since 1927, they've been entertaining fans. They started as the Savoy Big Five. And, of course, Abe Saperstein, whose daughter, by the way, is in attendance today, started the whole thing in Hinckley, Illinois, back in 1926. 27 was the official year that they were a team, as Jones trying to work inside, hooks inside of Freeman and draws the foul. And Freeman has hurt his arm, I think. And this, of course, Freeman from the University of Connecticut. Great concern by Jim Calhoun, his coach on the other side.
Let's see if we can. Oh, I see.
Oh,
okay. Yeah. He got his arm locked under.
Jones that time trying to hook, and he tried to get his arm out of there, but hyperextended that elbow, I'm sure. And Cardinal's going to return and replace him. Numbers on him. You see the scoring and the rebounding. Actually, the better year for him was his junior year, George. He really was a sensational player. Not to say he didn't play hard this year, but last year was a banner year for him.
MVP in the Big East tournament, MVP in the NCAA regionals.
One of the real leaders on the floor, one of the co-captains of his club. Played in 131 games at University of Connecticut. Due to time restraints, we move to further action. Well, Brian looked at that three-pointer, didn't he?
It was tempting.
7:46 to go in the first half. Thornton with a drive, a little left-handed jumper's no good. Shepard with a rebound. Rhodes and Phillips are both in together now. Phillips the point and Rhodes the two out of the corner against Thornton. In a crowd, and there again is Cardinal taking the charge. Rebound put up and in, and Johnny Rhodes shows his perseverance as he scores for the Trotters. 6-point lead by the All-Stars. 7:15 left to go in the opening half. Round ball challenge from Indianapolis. There's Wynn with a running one-hander. Shepard rebounds, and the Trotters look to run. Missing the shot, Boyce. Rebound to the outside. The Trotters get another second try. Shepard had it knocked away, but last touch by Jones, and it's going to go out of bounds. But before play can resume, we've got a timeout. The NAB Round Ball Challenge from Indianapolis continues as the All-Stars take it to the Trotters. GTBC Round Ball Challenge are on the floor here at Conseco Fieldhouse in Indianapolis, Indiana. Sam Smith along with George Raveling as the All-Stars have had a pretty good run on the Trotters, but the Trotters have come back now with a 7-point lead, 36-29 here in the first half. Good penetration by Scales, and I guess that would be called a punctuation mark.
What he did is he lifted the defender toward him with the shot fake, and he immediately took advantage of the imbalance of his defender, took it to the hole strong.
Hip trying to turn around jumper and gets it as X3 Hip comes up with a field goal, a 96 grad out of Maryland. By the way, Scales has scored the last for the All-Stars, the first all Pac-10 player, first-team player in the last 3 years, so getting quite a nice honor there for the Ducks. Sanchez missing, steal by Scales. Pepe Sanchez with just a little friendly touch in the back and draws a personal foul on the rebound that time by Livingston. That'll be foul shooting on the other end by the Harlem Globetrotters. George, so far through the first half, we made mention at the start of the show that the All-Stars might try to do something a little out of character to impress. Most of them, I think, have stayed pretty much in the role so far in the first half.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. In fact, if I were an NBA scout, the one thing that would impress me is their willingness to share the ball, to accept roles, not to make ill-advised passes or take ill-advised shots.
Well, ill-advised. That one's not. As Scales takes it on a nice run. Boy, you liked him before this game started. You say, watch this kid play.
Well, in a 94-foot game, he's an explosive player. I still don't think that we've seen the offensive productivity that he's capable of producing.
There's that double team as Sanchez, along with Land, almost came up with a steal. And a push in the back will send the ball to the Trotter foul line, and it'll be a one and the penalty once again here in the first half. 1:26 left to go before halftime. Don't forget, at halftime, we've got some slam dunk action for you. Also, there'll be a gentleman by the name of Michael Wild Thing Wilson will be trying to slam dunk a basketball on a goal at 12 feet in the air. We'll do all of that. We'll have the slam dunk challenge, also the hot shot shootout, all of that coming at halftime of the NABC Round Ball Challenge today from Indianapolis. Jordan checks back in, and Shepard checks out for the Trotters. And at the line, trying to make another free throw here, is Livingston out of Cal State Bakersfield.
And during that foul shot attempt, make no mistake that Jim Calhoun wants to win this game, as he was over chirping in the official's ear.
And he likes what he sees from Scales. He's keeping them close. Trotters have the lead, 40-33, back in a minute. A chance to shine today. Right now they trail the Harlem Globetrotters 40-33. Sam Smith along with George Raveling back here in Indianapolis as inside Jones. This big guy out of San Francisco has worked very hard and continues to work hard as Jordan gets all over him. This was a kid that made the Street and Smith All-American team out of Savannah, Georgia. Went out to Cal Berkeley, played 3 years there. Decided he wanted to kind of change his game, went over to San Francisco, and a great last year for him at San Francisco.
Now, you ready for this?
Yeah.
Sam, I tried to recruit him
out of Savannah.
Yeah. And when I had the car accident, which ultimately caused me to retire from college basketball, I was on my way downtown Los Angeles to take him to breakfast. He was visiting USC campus.
Oh, my goodness.
So I'm very familiar with this young man.
And as they say, the rest is history, right, George? Jones, by the way, has just knocked in his 9th point, go along with 6 rebounds, 3 on each end. So he is putting some very nice numbers together for the All-Stars as they trail by 5. Alley-oop inside to X-Ray Hip. Rebound comes off to Eric Coley. Coley, a very soft-spoken young man out of Tulsa. Asked him what he was going to do in the All-Star game, and he just looked at me and he said, well, I just hope to bring my A game and do whatever I can to help us win. You got to love that attitude. Didn't say I got to do this, I got to do that. Land almost gets the 3. Fumbled out of bounds that time by Gerald Jordan out of Pittsburgh. Started his career at Morgan State in the MEAC conference before going into Pittsburgh. 2 years there for Pittsburgh. Started West Philadelphia High School. A few folks have come through that high school. Jones missing. Look at the big fellow work, though. And finally, they strip it clean from him.
What Jones has got to do, he's got to catch and pitch back out a couple times to soften the defense.
Coley tipping it out to Scales. It's a 3-on-2 break here for the All-Stars. And it'll be a goaltend as that time Boyce went up and Land lays it off the glass and scores.
Alex Scales did a nice job of aggressively pushing the ball up the floor, making the good decision, putting the ball in the hands of Ross Land for the layup.
Pepe Sanchez will go out and Tim Wynn back in for the All-Stars as the Trotters will bring it ahead and bring the ball up. Livingstone and X-Ray Hip will wait for the ball. Rhodes along with Phillips and Boyce in there right now for the Trotters as a errant pass by Phillips gets in between Boyce and Livingstone on here on the sideline. Livingston loses the ball out of bounds. 7 seconds left to go.
Jim Calhoun wants to get at least a 2-pointer out of this one.
Scales going to get a 3. At least he had a look at it, and Jones rebounds it back up, but the horn had gone off. George Raveling, what do you think of the first half? All-Stars doing well early on. The Trotters coming back and showing their game.
Well played first half, particularly for an All-Star game setting. I was very impressed with the team play. The defense of the college All-Stars, you wrote it a little bit late in the first half. Initially, they were out there playing very aggressive defense that was producing turnovers.
Well, it's been the Trotters coming from 11 points down. They'll head to the locker room with a 3-point lead as Jim Calhoun and his staff will put something together for the All-Stars. We'll put together a halftime after this timeout. Round Ball Challenge is brought to you by Ocean Spray, by GTE, and by MVP.com. One of the vital parts of any Final Four is the convention going on with the National Association of Basketball Coaches, the NABC, and of course their Round Ball Challenge with the Harlem Globetrotters now signing a contract for the last 3 years. Gets us here to Indianapolis. Sam Smith along with George Rambling, and we've watched the All-Stars jump to an 11-point lead early on. Riders coming back to take the halftime lead 40-37. George, one of the things we made mention that a player can always rise to the top, and I think Kenyon Jones certainly has improved his stock greatly today in this game.
And, you know, I think as the weeks go on, he can even enhance his stock more if he'll get himself in good physical shape. I just think looking at him, it's obvious that he's not in the best of physical shape. But if he makes a solid commitment, I think he can find a spot for himself in the NBA.
Got 9 points, 7 rebounds to lead the All-Stars. Johnny Rhodes with 10 on the other side leads the Trotters. But the Trotters again with a 10-0 run got themselves back in the game and had the halftime lead. We're back with the Hunts Manwich Slam Dunk Challenge in just a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the championship.
The Hunts Manwich Slam Dunk Challenge as we get ready to find out who the high walker here in this NABC All-Star game happens to be, and the opponents happen to be the guys that have come full circle here, George. Right now, let's take a look at Reggie, the Regulator Phillips. This is the guy comes in and had a couple of pretty good dunks early on.
Whoa. Oh, right away. Working on style and creativity.
5'11", 180 out of Cal State Bakersfield. Let's take another look, and the judges liked it.
Now, this young man has a supposed 42-inch vertical.
Showed off all of that. 39, I believe, is the score given to Reggie. 39 on the first one. There will be 2 rounds. He, along with Michael the Wild Thing Wilson. Gotta love the nickname, if nothing else.
Well, and we saw Michael in the preliminary, and he really had the fans on the edge of their seat.
Now, Reggie Phillips is going to, I guess, be a spotter here, at least setting something up for the Wild Thing. And they're testing those breakaway rims very early here.
And a little creative footwork.
My, oh my.
Let's watch the creative finish. Now the feet come up onto the backboard. They're planted in there, and he gets a little aerobic exercise.
Yeah, that's the way they did it at Washington State, Southern Cal, and Iowa, right? You taught them to do that?
When I was at Washington State, we didn't have breakaway baskets. We'd have had to hold the game up for 2 days.
So again, Michael Wilson coming up with a perfect 40, and how about that for teamwork? Phillips sets him up with a bounce off the backboard.
And that's the key.
Phillips gets another dunk at it. Again, had 39 in his first one. Judges today, by the way, the illustrious David Thompson, formerly of North Carolina State, Junior Bridgman of Louisville, also Steve Green of Indiana, and the owner and chairman of the Harlem Globetrotters, Manny Jackson, the honorary judge, as they look on at courtside. Just missed. My, oh my, 5'11", a high wire act there for Reggie Phillips. No points there, and now it's up to Michael Wilson to finish this thing off. Let's see if Reggie's going to set him up this time, George. He had his opponent set up pretty well in the last one. Kind of like on his own.
I think he's going to go solo this time. He's smiling. He's confident.
And all he has to do is be a little creative. Nothing real spectacular, and he knew it. By the way, Michael will be trying, if you're ready for this, coming up, to dunk a basketball 12 feet in the air.
Well, and you know, there's a little strategy in this. He's trying to conserve a little energy as he goes for the real deal now.
Well, he said that was just for practice. But again, he already holds the record, 11 feet, 11 inches. George, have you seen that basket? 11 feet, 11 inches in the air. It's unbelievable, and they're going to move it to 12 feet. He'll try to dunk that for a world's record later today.
Put a quarter up there on the top of the backboard. If he can go up and get that.
Hunts Manwich Slam Dunk Challenge, and it comes down to Michael Wilson, who virtually has wrapped it up. Reggie Phillips of the Trotters, Alex Scales of Oregon, X-Ray Hip of the Trotters, and Eric Coley of Tulsa were all part of the slam dunk. Comes down to these final 2. Michael's got that little trotter shtick going here before he does this.
Uh-oh. Ooh, MJ. Shades of MJ.
Little Michael Jordan-esque there as Wilson puts it down. And what else are the judges going to score but perfect tens? He gets perfect score on both the dunks. And Michael, the wild thing, Wilson is indeed the Hunts Manwich Slam Dunk Challenge champion of the day. And quite a big dunk by Wilson. But again, I think, George, you're exactly right. He's saving something for that big World Championship dunk coming up a little later.
And you can see why they call him the Wild Thing.
Wild Thing doing his thing again. The slam dunk champion has come full circle. It's Michael Wilson of the Harlem Globetrotters as he wins today in Indianapolis. But more from Wilson to come. Out here at Conseco Fieldhouse in Indianapolis, Indiana. Our Hot Shot Shootout brought to you by Hunt's Spaghetti Sauce. And we're going to find out now, George Raveling, who has the best shot outside. Interesting format now with the trotter along with one of the All-Stars kind of teaming up to make things happen here around the circle. And we've got the numbers there. 3 in each of the corners, 5 above the three-point line, 2 at the free throw lane, and a layup is worth 1. But you can't shoot consecutively from the same spot. So it'll instinct a strategy going on by these clubs.
And you have to start off making a layup first. There's Bootsy Thornton out of St. John's. He's been shooting the ball very well in practice this week, and I think this group here is my favorite.
Well, Ron Solis, who is the Player of the Year in Division II out of Cal State Bakersfield, and they are ready to go. And it'll be interesting as the trotter underneath the course, as Ron Solis will get this thing all started out, and we'll find out how their strategy goes. Again, in their first round, they scored 47, George, a very good round. Keep in mind for the layup, 5 out there, so they mount their scheduled 60 seconds total time, 3 for 3 for this team.
Well, you look at them, they shoot the ball with confidence. They have good range. They get their legs into the shot.
Uh-oh, that'll bite.
Uh-oh, that's going to take off some very valuable time. Bootsy's got to hit this one.
After going 3 for 3, now they've missed their last 4 shots.
And see, if when the rebound goes astray like that, it has the temporary effect of taking some of their shooting rhythm away.
George, you've had some great shooters, and of course, if at first you don't succeed, try again. And these guys certainly, stroke after stroke, you can see that once they start to get in a roll, they'll really be there.
They're back in their rhythm right now.
2-pointer at the foul line. Thornton again, throwing the 5-pointer. They've got a chance for one more shot. It'll be a 5, and they got it. So a good effort there by the favored team of George Raveling, by the way. Solis going up along with Thornton, the college all-star. There's a good look at Thornton and Ron Solis collaborating on their first opportunity, and they get a 36 as their score. A little lower, certainly quite obviously, than 47 as we get ready for our next pair. This will be Johnny Rhodes, Johnny Ace Rhodes of the Harlem Globetrotters, under the basket, and out front is a man that led the nation, George, in three-point shooting outside. Ross Land out of Northern Arizona shot over 46% from that stripe right there.
And he's the all-time greatest three-point shooter at the collegiate level for a career, 46%. As a junior, he shot 50% behind the three-point line.
Trying to find their range. Again, looking at the 5-point ball to be the real backbreaker here. Again, 36 is the number for them to shoot for. After rebound, get it back to your partner as quickly as you can. Land gets those feet under him nicely for that one and gets a nice arc on it. You see the time winding on the 60 seconds.
They got a chance for 2 more shots, and there may be 3, depending on how quickly you get the ball out.
And they're going to go to the higher numbers, 3 out of the corner, 5. They'll have shots probably for
this is a big one
maybe
here.
2 more. If they can get this rebound in a hurry, they'll get one more shot.
5 here.
Here it is. This could be for the win.
It is.
And they won't get that one off. Oh, that may have been the biggest shot of the night there by Ross Land, the young man of the Jackrabbits of Northern Arizona. And, of course, that team being congratulated by several of the Trotters. And, again, quite an effort put on by Ron Solis along with Bootsy Thornton. So there you have our winners. Once again, it is Rhodes and Land as they come up with a hot shot shootout, all brought to you by Hunt's Spaghetti Sauce. Here again at the NAB All-Star Round Ball Challenge. We're back after this timeout.
This
is an
See Round Ball Challenge is brought to you by Ocean Spray, by GTE, and by MVP.com. Well, it's been a great halftime, and it has all been capped off as once again it was the wild thing. Michael Wilson going for a dunk of 12 feet. Missed one, and he said, you know, I need to go one more time. Just one more. X-ray hip is going to toss the ball up, and Michael is being persuaded by his teammates to go one more time. And, George, when you take a look at that goal out there, 12 feet high, it's almost amazing anybody even gets close.
If he does this in my lifetime, it would have to be one of the more amazing feats that I've seen accomplished on a basketball court.
Let's see if he does it here. He did it! Oh, my God, 12 feet, a new world record. And the crowd was all part of it here at the NABC Round Ball Challenge. 12 feet. He held the old record of 11 feet, 11 inches. He did that in Birmingham, England. And now he has set the new world's record at 12 feet on a dunk, and he does it here in Indianapolis. Look at this
watch
again.
His hand, how far above the rim he is. We'll get a front shot of that, and you're going to see his wrist is well above the rim. Watch this. See?
Oh, my goodness. And he had probably another, as you said, about 6 more inches to dunk, so the world's record is not safe. But it has been set today, 12 feet, and X-ray hip, who put the ball up around the rim, also gets to celebrate, and there's a good look at the wild thing. Michael Wilson again, the new slam dunk champion, 12 feet as he dunks it here. George, I'm kind of winded there without seeing all of that. Well, we got to get back to work here.
And now I believe when they say he has a 45-inch vertical, I believe that one.
A 40-36 lead by the Trotters of the All-Stars. Come back to work here, but a quick turnover gives it back to the Trotters. And it's tossed out of bounds, so they equal turnovers, and back it'll come the other way. By the way, the All-Stars have come back what looks like to be their starting lineup, or no, they changed it a bit. Pepe Sanchez will be out front along with Richie Fromm. They'll play the guards. Thornton also goes in there as a kind of a 2-3 player. Inside are Jones and also Johnson. Nice play by, once again, Sanchez. He takes it up on the opposite side and scores.
And this well might be the All-Stars' best overall offensive lineup.
Trotters coming back with Will Cunningham, the big guy inside, and Rhodes for 3. Skips out to Jarrell Ford. Ford will miss, gets his own rebound. Third try, finally knocked out of bounds. Out it goes off of Jordan's hand of the Trotters. It'll belong to the All-Stars.
Kenyon Jones making them change up their shots inside.
Nate Johnson, one of the great players out of Louisville, gives it off to Sanchez. Johnson trying to post up along with Jones inside, but Sanchez, who, you know, if you just take away Sanchez as far as his looks from the head and put that little flat top on him, that's a Chris Mullen jump shot if I ever saw one again.
That's what I call a respect jump shot. Okay, you want to play 4 feet off me? I'll show you that I can shoot.
Back come the other way. Solis scoring for the Trotters as they come back to tie the game at 42. After again, Pepe Sanchez had given the Trotters a brief lead. Trotters led early on by 11 points. The Trotters' biggest lead was 7. And the All-Stars with Nate Johnson for another take to the basket, and he's fouled. It'll go for 3. Well, George, when you take a look at what the All-Stars are able to do with backdoor cuts and picks and screens, and they've done this for 3 days under Coach Jim Calhoun, it's very, very impressive to see the knowledge of these players.
Well, first of all, it shows that the players have an immense amount of confidence in Coach Calhoun and how he believes the game can be won. And second of all, it's a tribute to the players that they have not bowed to the temptation to try to go out and do one-on-one basketball in an effort to impress the NBA scouts.
Pepe Sanchez with that steal in the outlet, but Johnson couldn't finish. Rhodes back in the court here as Solis missing out of the corner. Johnny Rhodes, MVP of last year's series against the All-Stars, battling tough, and Jones comes off for the rebound, but he's fouled.
And Jones continues to be a dominant force at the defensive end, rebounding-wise.
George, that's his 9th rebound of the game, so he has done a nice job. 5 of those have been offense and 4 on the defensive end.
Well, he does a nice job of securing a rebounding position. He's tough to move. He's got a nice low base. Keeps the ball up high when he rebounds it.
So the #1 player that has improved his stock certainly has to be Kenyon Jones out of San Francisco. Richie Fromm trying to improve with that jumper. Rebound comes off, and out they push it from Solis ahead to Jordan. And a nice little take for the man to the basket, 6'11", 245 out of Pittsburgh. And that's what big guys are doing now, George.
Well, Ron Solis, he did a nice job of being able to maneuver through traffic and find himself an easy layup.
All-Stars again with a 1-point lead. Nice little catch and trying to score. Solis knocked out of bounds, belongs to the All-Stars. All-Stars now starting to get as creative as they can off of the backdoor cuts and screens, trying to see what Jim Calhoun is calling.
The All-Stars are going to win this game. It's an absolute must that they shut down the Globetrotters transition game.
19 on the shot clock, 35 here in the game on the shot clock. Johnson with a take to the basket on Jordan, can't get all the way in. Bootsy missing and knocked out of bounds. It'll belong to the All-Stars. Sam Smith along with George Raveling, glad you could join us at the NABC Round Ball Challenge here in Indianapolis, all part of a most festive Final Four weekend in Indianapolis, Indiana, as Richie Fromm hits it out of the corner, and the man that is one of the all-time great three-point shooters in the history of his university, Gonzaga, knocks down a big one for a 4-point lead.
Young man out of Battleground, Washington.
And I'm sure he threw a few battle lines along the way.
Man, that was an ugly-looking jump shot.
I was going to call that a brick, but it didn't qualify. Fromm has it blocked from behind. Rebound down inside Jones, but had it knocked away from him. Jordan gives it off to Rhodes. Knocked away, comes off to Will Cunningham. Cunningham has it stripped clean by Johnson. They got people in the open floor. Bootsy Thornton, he puts down a dunk. Made out of rabble out of the wild thing, but it counts 2 nonetheless.
Sam, they better get a little oxygen out there for Kenyon Jones, boy. He's hurting. The big fella is tired.
I thought the air conditioning had been turned up, George. Shot out of the wing and rebounded off on the foul called inside.
I think Jim Calhoun spotted what we did as he does a massive substitution.
Well, both teams will make some substitutions. Joe Calhoun will meet the All-Stars. On the other end, Alvin Gentry will do the same as Bootsy Thornton gives the All-Stars a 50-48 lead in the second half. Title last year, and one of the reasons he got to that title game and won it was a guy by the name of Kevin Freeman. Young man, a co-captain this year, but a guy that does what he needs to do, George, to finish and really take his club to the limit.
Well, if in fact this injury is very serious, what it's going to do is bring to a halt his ability to showcase his skills.
Indianapolis.
And you know, you talk about the stars this game's produced. It's also produced a lot of NBA coaches that participated in this game. Pat Riley played in the game. Dan Issel, Billy Cunningham, Jerry Sloan, Rudy Tomjanovich, Darrell Walker, Doug Collins, Lionel Hollins. All of those guys were participants in this game and have now gone on to coach at the NBA level.
As a matter of fact, there's still 80 players and coaches in the NBA that once played in this All-Star game. Ashman hammered from behind by Shepard. Well, I tell you what, George Raveling, you take a look at this and be drawn up on a diagram. I mean, the passing of the All-Star team, crisp cuts, good passes, and the Trotters are really getting hurt and stung inside.
Well, the NBA scouts have to be very impressed with the passing ability of Brian Cardinal. 3 or 4 times we've clearly been able to understand that this young man has a special ability to distribute the basketball facing the basket.
Ashman at the line will have one more, a co-MVP of his Dayton club, along with Tony Stanley this past year. Johnny Boyce rebounding it off for the Trotters. The score stays at 53-46, and Cardinal diving for what he hoped to be another steal, but missed. Livingston on the miss. Shepard with a rebound. He'll be fouled, and Ashman will draw the personal foul. Back to Ashman, a first-team All-Atlantic 10 player, averaged 13 points and 6 rebounds. Started 119 games, which established a new record for the Flyers, one set by Jim Paxson, who played in the NBA. 119 starts by Ashman at Dayton for an all-time record there. Highest scoring center in quite a while, too. They haven't had a center that has scored as many as Ashman since 1966. Henry Finkel was a leading scorer for Dayton at that time, but this kid has put on the numbers for the Flyers. Shepard with 1 or 2 free throws. Got them both.
Many people consider Ashman to be the best center in the Atlantic 10. Actually, we have 3 All-Atlantic 10 performers here. Ashman, the young man with the ball, Tim Wynn, and, of course, the legendary Pepe Sanchez.
And there's where Ashman may pay some dividends as well, George, and the fact that this is a kid that's 6'11", runs the floor reasonably well, and has got a nice touch outside. 55-48, 7-point lead by the All-Stars. The Trotters have led by 7. The All-Stars led early in the game by 11. Boyce misses. Rebound comes off to Ford. Reggie Phillips will be fouled by Tim Wynn. Tim, by the way, did not practice at the session. I saw it yesterday. One of the candidates for the Naismith Award, which is for players 6 feet and under. But he's one of the first of the Bonnies to be making into this All-Star game, and they were really happy, particularly Jim Calhoun, to get the ball handling skills and the tenacity of this kid on this lineup.
Well, and his basketball mentor is Avery Johnson. He goes to Avery Johnson's camp in the summer, works with him, and you can see a lot of Avery Johnson in this young man's game.
Phillips hit the 3 for the Trotters to whittle the lead to 4 after the miss by Wynn. They're back in the attack zone. Boyce trying to take it in. Both Cardinal and Ashman attacking with vengeance. And they're going to call that personal foul. It'll be on Brian Cardinal.
Donnie Boyce taking it to the basket on the big men and paying the price.
Personal foul number 3 on Cardinal now. He'll come out, and Kenyon Jones will come in for the All-Stars. As Boyce gets a free throw. Actually, Ashman is coming out, so Cardinal with the 6-foul rule is going to stay in, and Jones comes in for Ashman. Donnie Boyce, couple of free throws, played at Colorado, graduated in '95, actually broke a leg in the Big 8 tournament at that time, and in his senior year, still drafted in the 2nd round by Atlanta. 2-time All Big 8, played several years for Atlanta and around the league, went to Proviso East up in the Chicago area, and you know what they produced, George. Great basketball players.
And he's still the career scoring leader at Colorado.
Good block inside as the Trotters put on the defense and try to come back. They're down by 2. Ford with a 3-pointer, and the Trotters have come back to take the lead. 56-55, the Harlem Globetrotters. Down by 7, have come storming back with 12 minutes left to go in the half. Eric Coley deals it off to Wynn. Phillips with those quick hands out of Cal State Bakersfield. Nice entry pass. Jones collects himself and puts it in. Boy, did you see how well he used his body to screen the defender away?
Well, I think he's certainly making an impression on NBA scouts. As I look through the stands, I see the Chicago Bulls, the Pacers, Golden State's here, the Lakers are here. They're all here.
Cardinal trying to stop that drive on the baseline now will draw his 4th personal foul. As they get a timeout is called. Kenyon Jones out of San Francisco, 6'10", 270. Gathers himself, got one man flying by, puts it in. We've got a game again. 3-year deal here with the National Association of Basketball Coaches to play their All-Stars. And the Trotters have become the only team in the history of the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame to be awarded the John W. Bunn Award. They awarded that for their contribution to the game of basketball, not only in the States, but around the world. Again, the first team ever to be honored for that award in the Hall of Fame, and justly deserved by not only the current Trotters, but their great group of alumni. Look for the inbound. They are looking to try to get a lead again, are the Trotters. They're down to the All-Stars, 57-56. And, George, you got to be impressed with the All-Stars coming out of the locker room and playing so well.
And particularly at the defensive end of the floor.
Phillips had it partially blocked by Sanchez. Shepard, however, will follow it up for the Trotters. And they've got the lead back by a point now. Bootsy Thornton handling it outside from St. John's. Gives it off to Scales from Oregon. Johnson way away is now going to be forced to travel with the basketball. Pressure on the outside by Jamal Livingston out of Cal State Bakersfield, and a turnover on the All-Stars. Just under 11 minutes to go here in the second half. Phillips for three. Jones with another rebound. What a game he is having. This All-Star continues to play well. He's got now 10. Thornton to the hoop. Blocked from behind that time.
You could hear the foul all the way over here at the announcer's table.
Steal by Sanchez. Scales will take it in, and this time he does draw the foul on Rhodes. Well, that was a defensive player saying he slapped himself on the leg there, George.
All-Stars attacking the basket with a very aggressive approach.
Pepe Sanchez dealing it off there. Number one in steals, by the way, with 365 in the Atlantic 10. That was 11 short, by the way, of the all-time NCAA record. No, he would love to have had that, did Pepe Sanchez, but he came up 11 short, but still we'll put that on the books as one of the all-time great performances. And Scales putting down a couple.
And not only is Pepe an outstanding basketball player, but he's also an outstanding student, making academic All-American.
Student athletes is what we all talk about, and he kind of epitomizes what you'd like to try to draw. Shepard cleaning up the garbage inside. They've got 14 to shoot. Pepe Sanchez almost made a steal off the help by Scales. Rhodes inside, coming over as Johnson to knock it away. 5 to shoot. Boyce will. Fresh shot clock as Shepard chases it down. So a new 35 on the shot clock for the Trotters. They won't use much of it, though. Phillips took it in hard. He got pretty well whacked, and here comes Sanchez ahead. Deals it off the Scales, takes it to the hoop, and he's fouled. And we've got Phillips down on the other end, kind of rubbing his eyes as he got smacked in the face as well.
And he's staggering. It looks like he took a blow from Mike Tyson.
Pepe Sanchez comes over to slap some 5 as Alex Scales gets ready for the free throw. First team all Pac-10 player, first in 3 years at Oregon, averaged 18 plus in the conference.
73% foul shooter.
Nice to have those kind of guys at the line when it counts. And the Ducks used him down the stretch. 61-58, All-Stars by 3, 9:35 to go in the second. All-Stars again up by 11 at one point in the second half. Johnny Rhodes inside. Officiating for John Hampton. Mike Roberts and Frank McHale are starting to get some contact to just lay off them inside. Let them play here. Reach for a personal foul now, and it'll be 18 foul here, so it's at the line. Pepe Sanchez will shoot free throws. Trotters make a change. Boyce out. Terrell Ford will check back into the lineup.
You know, you talked about the contribution of Kenyon Jones. First half, he had 6 rebounds, 9 points.
He's really had himself quite a outing already, and again, 11 and 10, so he's got the double-double here. 11 points and 10 rebounds by Kenyon Jones. And Scales showing off that free throw shooting ability again.
Pepe Sanchez, 5 assists in the first half.
9:16 left to go as the Trotters bring it ahead. Trailing by 3 to the All-Stars, turning up a notch on their defense. Rhodes trying to post up inside on Scales, and it's a pretty good battle in there, George. You see Jones spinning away Shepard from the hoop, giving Thornton a chance to get the rebound. Scales out to Pepe Sanchez. He deals it inside. A driving layup comes off, and Johnson ties up Livingston, but a foul is called as Thornton couldn't get the layup to go. Johnson draws the foul.
Number 42, Nate Johnson of Louisville. First personal 15 foul.
15 foul now whistled on the Trotters, or on the All-Stars, excuse me. Phillips to Ford in the corner. Strip clean, and here comes Alex Scales weaving his way ahead of Phillips. Phillips wraps him up to make sure he doesn't get two, and he'll go to the line. And anytime you get that good a foul shooter, you got to take your best shot at it here.
As they tell you on the playgrounds, make him earn the basket. Nobody goes to the hole unmolested.
Phillips, by the way, was the lone trotter back on what looked like to be a 3-on-1. Scales thought he had a step on him, and Phillips, of course, wraps him up with 2 shots here by Alex Scales. By the way, Scales put together back-to-back 30-point games against Southern Cal and Arizona State, 30 and 31 respectively. First time that an Oregon Duck had done that since 1992.
And his coach, Ernie Kent, who did a wonderful job at Oregon this year, compares him with Patel Sprewell. So it's that same type of game.
Trotters down by 4. They try to get 3 of it back in a hurry. Sanchez with the rebound. Ahead they come to Johnson. Johnson was looking to deal it. Comes off the Scales, and Scales is going to be fouled. And Johnson also, I think, got hit in the mouth as well, as he's down. And Johnny Rhodes wants to make sure he's all right before he gets up.
We haven't talked a lot about this, Sam, but this has really been a very physical basketball game. Both teams playing very hard, very physical.
Johnson losing control of the ball and got hit in the mouth there. By the way, we called a 1st and 10 yet? So we haven't had one of those today yet. We've had enough bodies down with 8:07 left to go in the game. Scales again, another foul shot. He's hit his last 5 in a row. All-Stars will flood the floor now as Land, along with Wynn, Cardinal, and Ashman will check back into the game. And, of course, it means that Scales stays in for the moment. And Richie Fromm will check in for him on the next dead ball.
And this game is living testimony to the fact that basketball is not a non-contact sport.
That Scales, who had hit his last 5 in a row, realized he was coming out, so he missed to stay in the game. No, I'm just kidding. Ford with a rebound, and the Trotters down by 5 to the All-Stars. Under 8 minutes to go, have the ball. They've got Chuck Jones, number 0, back in. He and Ford playing catch. Not inside, they try to work it in deep to Shepard. Give it back to Chuck Jones, and Mighty Man is nickname. Puts it up and good to make it a 65-62 game. Still the All-Stars with the lead. Over 400 players have been drafted out of this NABC All-Star Games to the NBA. 196 have gone in the first round. 7 of those players have been first picks overall. Shows you the caliber of play that they put together for this game. What a running one entered by Scales. Stock going up for Scales here, George. Steal by Wynn, lays it in. All-Star defense is up a notch. 69-62, 7-point lead, and now Alvin Gentry and the Trotters want to call a timeout. Things may be getting a little bit tight down on the other end because a 1,214-game winning streak is hanging in the balance here for the Trotters, but the All-Stars saying, hey, now we have just started to reach our stride, and that may be a key. Not to say the Trotters aren't in good shape, but most of these kids have been playing in the NCAA tournament, so they're not just coming off the playground and not working. They're in very good shape, it seems. Jim Calhoun putting his group together. Ryan Cardinal in his aggregation. Here's Scales taken to the hoop.
And we talked about Alex Scale and his explosive offensive ability, and there's certainly a sterling example of it as he takes it to the basket in NBA style, accepts the contact, and is still able to kiss off a nice soft shot.
Yeah, they're looking for some points from Ricky Fromm, who's back in, number 22 for the All-Stars. Had 32 in the Rainbow Classic against Colorado, 31 against Louisville, and he can light it up from the 3-line if you don't cover him. Rhodes against Land. Ross Land out of Northern Arizona. First Jackrabbit ever to be named to the NABC All-Star team. Rhodes for 3. And Johnny Ace Rhodes out of Maryland. And the Trotters get a basket. It's a 4-point game.
Johnny Rhodes lit him up for 10 in the first half as he continues to be the Globetrotters' go-to offensive guy.
3-time all-conference player of the ACC. For Johnny Rhodes, this is Wynn working outside. Had an opening, put it up over the hands of Shepard. Shepard may have got a piece of that, rebounded off to Ford. Horn going off, but I think they want to just keep playing here, and Rhodes says, thank you very much. Now they'll just halt and get a player in here. And they'll take a timeout as well. So with 6:19 left to go, the Harlem Globetrotters behind the shooting at Johnny Rhodes, trying to claw themselves back in. They're down by 4 to the All-Stars, 69-65. Back in a moment. They come in all sizes and shapes and ages here in Indiana. Hoosier hysteria. And right now, this youngster looking on thinks that shoe's a little more entertaining maybe than the basketball game right now.
And just think, there was a time when Brian Cardinal started right where that one is.
That's right. Deluna, Illinois, where he played his high school basketball, and of course matriculated to Purdue, where he played under, shall we say, the very fiery Gene Cady. Gene and I were in Arkansas together. He was an assistant there with Eddie Sutton. I was the broadcaster, so enjoyed Gene's company as a coach along the sideline. And of course the rest, as far as his numbers are concerned, is Wynn going for a steal on Phillips, draws a personal foul. Pretty good defensive play that time by Tim Wynn.
Tim Wynn is a stellar defensive player, a young man, and I wouldn't want guarding me as he fights over the top of the screen and reaches in for what he believes is a jump ball.
Making steals is nothing new to him. 319 for the Bonnies. Also at 192 threes as inside Shepard scores for the Trotters. And you got to have a feeling that they're going to try to get to that big front line if they can. However, Cardinal, Ashman, along with Land and Fromm, have done a pretty good job so far of neutralizing them inside. Land, Wynn. Fromm comes off a pick, shoots off the corner. Off the floor, picked up by Shepard. Reggie Phillips trying to push it for the Trotters, down by 2. 5.5 to go. He'll overthrow Rhodes. It'll be out of bounds, and the All-Stars will get it. You know, Jim Calhoun just came by, George, and we were kind of laughing. He said, hey, I'd almost take these kids as fast as they've learned this offense here.
He said, they're running the offense better than my team back in Connecticut did.
And that kind of alludes to the fact you made early on. Very, very intelligent young basketball kids here on this NABC All-Star team. Cardinal out of the wing. Play for the erupted at that going. Looking to follow up by Land. Ross Land out of northern Arizona. The Lumberjack puts it home, and it's a 4-point game now here for the All-Stars. Got to be impressed with their play today. Rhodes, the 3. Yes. Somewhere along the way, they're going to figure out that Rhodes can shoot the 3 as he puts it down easily outside. And Rhodes now with 20 points for the game. Reggie Fromm foul is a reach-in foul that time. They thought they had to steal, but they don't get it. Boyce will draw the personal foul.
Jay from the corner, 3-point attempt by Brian Cardinal. It's up above the rim, and in comes Ross Lamb with the soft putback tip in.
Richie Fromm putting it down for the shot. 4-year starter, by the way, as the coach pointed out, at the Battleground out in Washington. Rhodes comes back to answer the score of the All-Stars, and Richie Fromm puts down another couple of free throws here. 73-70, the All-Stars by 3. We're under 5 minutes to go in the Round Ball Challenge, brought to you by the National Association of Basketball Coaches here in Indianapolis. Glad you could join us on Fox Sports Net. Sam Smith along with George Raveling as Phillips tries to shake and bake and gets a nice field goal out of that. 1-point game here, George. It's down to the nail-biting time for both sides now. Ashman missing. Shepard with a rebound. Defense, All-Stars got to step it up right now. Johnny Rhodes in the crowd. A lot of contact. Comes off to Fromm, and he pushes it for the All-Stars. Back out it goes to Cardinal. Looked at that little short jumper, but elected to see if there was something better. 30 minutes and 36 seconds left to play. Wynn with a running one-hander. Rebound comes off to Donnie Boyce. Down the lane to Nick Shepard, lays it in, and the Trotters will come back for the lead. Shepard scoring inside out of Pepperdine. Played 2 years at LSU, including his sophomore year at LSU when he started 22 of 27 games there. He was a big part of the upset of Indiana. 17 points and 8 rebounds, and he scores a big one there. As a shot missed by Ashman, rebounded off by Shepard, and here come the Trotters again.
If the college all-stars ever needed a defensive stop, it's on this possession right here.
Fromm working hard inside on Boyce. They definitely are trying to get it to Donnie Boyce. Boyce at 6'5", Fromm at about 6'4". Boyce inside. Gets his on rebound. Cardinal fights him for him. Boyce with a follow-up. Tip comes off to Ashman. And the young man out of St. Mary's, Ohio, and Dayton University gets a big rebound there for the All-Stars. Land nails a three. Ross Land out of the corner, 76-74, the All-Stars. 2 minutes and 11 seconds left to go. Ross Land, a great shooter out of Northern Arizona, proves it there. The Trotters, they've got to get a field goal now. And Rhodes gets it for him. There's their take-two guy with 22 tonight. And a timeout is called by the All-Stars simply to get some players in. Trotters also will make a substitution as Livingston will come in for them, but a whole host of new players in for Coach Jim Calhoun. And as his team is regrouped, Ross Land has hit a big three out of the corner, but it was neutralized as Rhodes got a deuce, and we're tied at 76. Around Indianapolis, this might be the way to get, well, this is George Raveling's transportation. It's a helicopter to and from. Nice way to look at the overview of Indianapolis. It has been the amateur basketball capital of the world this weekend. And you, of course, see the RCA Dome where the championship 2000 to be decided. And again, we are delighted with the NABC round ball challenge going on. You see the shooting, the Trotters just slightly better than the All-Stars, and the Trotters lead by only a point. George Raveling, what's going to happen in this possession for the All-Stars now?
Well, I think knowing Calhoun, he's going to try to get the ball in the hands of one of his good three-point shooters. And just as I say that, Pepe puts up a little off-balance push shot that kept alive by Kenyon Jones.
And finished off by Eric Coley, the young man out of Tulsa. 78-77, the All-Stars with the lead. 1,214 straight wins by the Trotters. It's in jeopardy. Rhodes trying to show and bake outside. Long three-pointer rebounded off. Coley gets the rebound. And he's going to be called for a travel. He was off balance as he bumped into Boyce underneath. And the travel will go back to the Trotters underneath the basket. And a timeout taken by the Harlem Globetrotters. 44.4 seconds to go. Rebound. Watch this one by Coley coming off on the bound here.
Unless he got pushed, I don't think there was too much doubt that he walked. Oh, I see. He was pulling away from a hell ball situation.
So Boyce and Shepard surrounding there, and the travel on Coley will give it out of bounds to the Trotters. All-Stars up by a point. And again, anybody's game right now is Eric Coley. What a nice run he made at Tulsa. Wins over UNLV, Cincinnati, Miami. And, of course, the 6'5", 210-pounder was very instrumental in that. Against Cincinnati, 16 points, 16 rebounds. Not a bad game against the Bearcats. All right, here's a big play by the Trotters now as they trail by a point. The All-Stars turn up the defense. Rhodes down inside has a man down, and his jumper is good off the wing. Now the All-Stars have to counter. Back the other way, ball is loose. Look at Johnson on the floor to knock that away, and now Pepe Sanchez is going to call the timeout. Jim Calhoun and his club want to talk it over here with 28.7 seconds to go. Johnny Rhodes is their main man. He was the MVP of last year's All-Star Classic, and of course the series, they played 3 games, and you go to the man that's going to score. And one of the keys here is, I think, is Johnson fell down.
Yes, and Rhodes quickly read the play, turned, and put a high arching shot up there at the basket. We said at the top of the game that he was the Globetrotters' go-to man on the offensive end of the floor, and we've certainly given us a lot of visible evidence why.
Eric Coley was really disgusted in himself, but he came from a long way to try to at least make Rhodes change the angle of that shot. He did, and he just threw it in from higher up. All right, inbound for the All-Stars, down by a point. Pepe Sanchez, 1-on-1 on Phillips. They get it to Richie Fromm. He dumps it down inside to Jones. Jones, the big fella, is going to be fouled and will try to win it at the foul line with 18.4 seconds to go. At least give his team a chance to get the lead as they get ready to go. By the way, we've had, of course, a lot of voting going on by the press folks here at courtside, and the MVPs will be named shortly. This guy's got to figure in prominently as Kenyon Jones does not tie it. He has one more coming. Tim Wynn defensively in, and Richie Fromm out. This is the offense-defense move by Jim Calhoun. And he doesn't get it. The rebound comes off to Shepard. He's fouled. And it'll go the other way. Free throws now by the Trotters with 16.4 seconds to go. And Kenyon Jones, nobody more disappointed than that big fella out of San Francisco, as he misses a couple of free throws as he and his team, along with Pepe Sanchez, go the other way. Tough break for Kenyon today. Still time, though, with 16.4 seconds to go. And, of course, keep in mind, Shepard is at the line, and he'll make it Phillips. Well, I thought they fouled Shepard, but they got Phillips at the line.
And I would look for...
Yeah, Pepe Sanchez is now saying no, it's Shepard, and I have to concur there. Pepe Sanchez and I are on the same page as the Trotters try to run a little ringer in on him there. It will be Shepard shooting. I thought my eyes hadn't deceived me there. So it'll be Shepard shooting now. Alvin Gentry, he learned that with the Pistons. I just know he learned that. Put the other guy on the line, huh? This is one in the bonus. And he'll add the bonus. Club leads by 2 now. Got to change the complexion of the game on this 16.4 for the All-Stars. If he does not make it, that 3 will win it. 2 would send it to overtime. And he will get the 3 to win it, or the 2 to tie with 14 seconds to go.
Based on the players on the floor, I would look for the ball to go to Richie Fromm.
Timeout taken by the All-Stars, stopping the clock at 10.8 seconds to go. And they'll have the ball at midcourt.
Jim Calhoun quickly reached for the yellow legal pad as the diagrams the play.
This is probably not something we saw in the workouts yesterday. This is on the fly, as only the coaches of the NABC can do, and now they've been doing since they're starting back in 1927. By the way, some of the former stars, and I just mentioned some Hall of Famers, the late Pistol Pete Maravich, Rick Barry, Bill Bradley, Nate Tiny Archibald, who's 2 holds the record for scoring with 35. Current stars, David Robinson, John Stockton, Tim Hardaway, and the list could go on and on. Just some of the great stars that have played in the All-Star game. Last year, of course, the West won the game, 93-86. Doug Swinson was the MVP. Eddie Robinson, who now plays with the Hornets, was the leading scorer for the East team, as they had the East against the West, but that stops now. 3-year contract to play the Trotters, and it comes down maybe to the most important 10.8 seconds of this series. Inbound, they get it to Jones. 9 seconds, takes it to the hoop, spins inside. He's going to be called, or is it a foul? It is a foul, and Jones will go back to the line with one more chance and an opportunity to tie the game, and he's got to make them both.
Well, first of all, the defense on the inbound score was superb. It forced the All-Stars out of the design play, put the ball in the hands of the big man exactly where you want it. He's trying to penetrate from outside, and Shepard reaches in and creates an ill-advised foul.
So Jones will be scoring. Brian Cardinal, by the way, will be ready to come in for Jones if he makes the free throws. That's defensively, and also Tim Wynn set to the scorer's tables as well. Jones bounces it in. They're within a point. Will Cardinal will come in before the next foul shot. Fromm goes out. And it looks like Eric Coley may be going out, but now the Trotters want to take a timeout. And I think this is the old, let's ice the free throw shooter down, isn't it?
Well, it certainly has been a very, very competitive game. We've seen players play hard, play intelligently, play together.
Right now, the coaches are doing their part. Jim Calhoun with his staff, by the way, from Connecticut, doing what they have done all these years, 14 years. Coach Calhoun saying, you know, when I came into the Big East, there was Georgetown, there was Providence, all those people winning big games, St. John's, and he said over 14 years, he said, I hope we've got our just respect, and I'd have to concur. He certainly has done that and more.
Absolutely.
At UConn.
I would think if Kenyon Jones hits this, you would want to see the college all-stars extend their defense to full court. Don't allow the Globetrotters to walk into their offense.
Well, it's a 8-4 game.
There's a full court press, just as I suspected.
8.6. They got to stay away from a foul, though. Here's Phillips. 3 seconds. Phillips. He'll stop inside. They try to get a shot up around, and it's good at the buzzer. Will it count? It does. The basket inside of the All-Stars, who let Phillips penetrate all the way up the floor, dump it inside, and the Globetrotters have withstood the All-Stars 82-80 as the defense didn't quite do what they needed to do to keep Phillips from penetrating.
And what a thrilling way to end. And Jim Calhoun was trying to keep the ball out of Phillips' hands. If we see the inbound throw, they double-team Phillips on the inbound throw. He just out-dribbled the defense.
So nobody more disappointed than Kenyon Jones, who had tied it at 80. Let's look again.
Now, see, just out-dribbled the defense. He found Nick Shepard wide open as the defense converged on him for the easy layup.
Shepard down inside, and a good challenge from the offside that time by Nate Johnson. But it rolls, and the buzzer goes off as it drops into the twine. So the Harlem Globetrotters have survived 1,215 consecutive games, but the All-Stars almost came up with a major win today at the NABC Round Ball Challenge here in Indianapolis. Well, it's tough to pick one player out of a midst of a great one, but Kenyon Jones, George, is our most valuable player. Look at the numbers he put up today.
Well, where he really contributed greatly is right in the middle statistics, 11 rebounds, and that doesn't count the ones that he kept alive on the offensive boards.
So Kenyon Jones, who tied it at 80 before the Trotters won it, but how about the contribution of Johnny Rhodes? Ace comes up with 24 points, 4 rebounds, and 4 assists as he is named as the Trotters player of the game. Well, we hope you've enjoyed our great weekend on the Final Four weekend here in Indianapolis. We've had a great time. The National Association of Basketball Coaches have put together their All-Stars, and they challenged the most world-renowned basketball team of the world, the Harlem Globetrotters, in a sensational All-Star game. Here tonight, the National Association of Basketball Coaches have honored the outstanding players and coaches from around the world that have helped mold this great game of basketball that we now all love. We hope you've enjoyed it and will join us again next year, and we'll do it all over again here on Fox Sports Net. On behalf of all of our team, I'm George Raveling, our analyst. This is Sam Smith saying so long, everybody, from Indianapolis for Fox Sports Net.